Beautiful look at Dodger Stadium, timeless Dodger Stadium. Rockies and Dodgers getting together after the Rockies fell 4-1 last night to Clayton Kershaw. That was a very good outing for John Gray in many respects. And tonight a pair of left-handers. Brett Anderson will go for LA. Chris Russin will go for the Rockies. Tomorrow night will conclude the 10-game stretch on the road for the Rockies, and it's home for 10. Their final 10 ball games at 20th and Blake of the season. There's Charlie Blackmon, and there are a number of left-handed hitters in the lineup against Anderson tonight. And actually, lefties fared a little bit better than right-handers, believe it or not, against Brett Anderson. Here's the Southwest batting order for Walt Weiss. So after Blackmon, it'll be the switch hitter Jose Reyes. Cargo will bat third, Arenado fourth, Justin Morneau will be in there at first base batting fifth. DJ LeMahieu, Corey Dickerson, Dustin Garneau, and Chris Russin, who, by the way, also hits lefties. So you got 5 left-handed bats against Brett Anderson, who was with the Rockies last year, and unfortunately for Brett, he pitched in only 8 games, sub-3 ERA, but he battled a number of injuries.
And this year, those left-handers are hitting 273 off of Brett, 269 for the right-handers, so that's why you have some in there. It also eliminates his changeup. He'll go more a slider to the left-handers. 27 starts now for Brett Anderson. That's the most he's had since his rookie year back in 2009. All those injuries that he's battled, just hasn't been able to go to the post that often.
Yeah, and it's usually injuries of the freakish variety. Here's a bunt attempt, and this is a beauty. And it's a base hit right out of the gate for Charlie Blackmon. And that is part of the game plan, because Brett Anderson is a sturdy guy. He's not the quickest pitcher off the mound. Get him moving. So this may not be the last bunt you see tonight.
No, you might see one from Jose Reyes, but Charlie was doing this a lot during batting practice today, working on taking the ball with him as he goes to first base. The key there is to get the bat out in front of you as you start to pull it towards first and get it by the pitcher.
And there you go. Reyes lays one down, and it dies right there. Back-to-back bunt singles. The Rockies felt like they could do this a little bit and hope for some success. Well, you don't get better than that. 2 pitches, 2 bunt singles, and here comes Cargo with traffic.
I've seen some of these out on the golf course with Jordan Spieth, where he'll drop it in the green and back it up towards the hole, and that's what this ball did. I mean, it just checks up nicely in the green grass, doesn't roll foul. Now you got 2 pitches, 2 base hits.
And you have Justin Turner looking in the dugout. Where should I play? He's at third base. They'll put 3 on the right side for Cargo. Drove in his 88th run against Kershaw. 88th, not all against Kershaw, but 88th run of the year, as he had an RBI in the first, and this ball is fouled off down that third base line, and it's 0-1. You have a slider sinker mix with Brett Anderson, who gets a ton of ground balls. So from a hitter's perspective, and Cargo was describing this before the game to you and I, that he goes, you got balls going both ways, one going away from you if it's a slider, and one coming into you if it's a sinker. He said, so you got to choose one side of the plate to try to cover.
And for Brett, when he gets in trouble, he'll go more soft. He'll go more slider, more curve balls than he will with the fastball.
And he comes in there, and it's 0-2.
He's hoping you'll get over anxious and you'll start to drift with your swing.
2 bunt singles out of the gate, and the Rockies trying to strike quickly against Brett Anderson. And he went back in there, and he strikes out Cargo. 1 out.
And that was a sinking fastball.
Dodgers have been real solid all year defensively. Justin Ruggiano, who's traveled around quite a bit, he'll be in left field. Jock Peterson in center. Chris Heisey is going to be in right. And it's Turner, Seager, Utley, Gonzalez in the infield with A.J. Ellis, the veteran, behind the plate. So virtually a new cast from last night, save the kid Seager, Jock Peterson, a fellow rookie, Utley, and Adrian Gonzalez. Justin Turner obviously was in there as well, but the outfield on the corners is different, and behind the plate as well. Nolan last night, a double in the first inning. Rockies got their only run in the first yesterday. Nolan have new spikes on, glow in the dark spikes.
Yeah, he does. He wasn't wearing those or any facsimile of those during batting practice. A lot of guys will just wear tennis shoes or maybe some molded cleats, not their spikes.
Pulled right to third, and now they're 2 outs.
First baseman number 33, Justin Morneau.
And that'll be up to Morneau with 2 gone. Morneau, from his American League days, has faced Anderson 4 for 14, including a home run. He gets a curveball. Anderson's any pitch, any count guy. Hard to
and he has
find a pattern on him is difficult.
And he has all 4. I mean, talking to Corey Dickerson, he's thinking off-speed sliders, curveballs away, but now we've seen a couple fastballs to the left-handers. So that's the veteran pitcher and the guy with the experience on the hill after the first 2 bunts.
0-2, and it's a ground ball to Utley, and the Rockies unfortunately do nothing after getting the 2 bunt base hits by Blackman and Reyes. Will lead things off, the 33-year-old. He's been batting against lefties at the top of the order, and Jock Peterson drops down. Here's Don Mattingly's lineup presented by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Chase Utley will bat second. Justin Turner, who hit cleanup yesterday, will bat third. Then Adrian Gonzalez, A.J. Ellis, Corey Seager, who's been unconscious since coming up from the minor leagues, Chris Heisey, Peterson, and Brett Anderson. Chris Russin making his 19th start of the year. He's had some very good ones, as you know, a couple of complete games at Coors Field.
Well, those 2 complete games, those have come in the last 5 ball games for Chris. Unfortunately, the ones that followed after that weren't as good. Still looking for his first win out on the road since late May. That was at Philadelphia.
Cutters in, 1-1 strike. Both of these guys tonight, Brett Anderson and Chris Russin, will work quickly.
They like to get the ball, because they need to keep their defense involved. You can't have standing around. You're asking to get ground balls.
That's a fair ball. And Ruggiano is going to have himself a double.
Ruggiano hit a .315 against lefties this year. Came over in a trade from Seattle right at the trade deadline, August 31st. Sneaks a ball inside the bag at third base.
Chase Utley tries to bunt. It's in vogue, I guess, tonight.
I guess so.
How about this? With the Rockies getting back-to-back bunt singles to begin a game, it's just the second time in the last 4 seasons that a team had 2 bunts hits to start out the first inning. And the Rockies were involved in the other one. It was actually July 22nd of this year when Texas, with Delino DeShields and Rougned Odor, had bunt singles, and I remember that. 1-1 strike. And that's low. 2-1 on Utley. Chase last night 0 for 3 and a walk. He scored the go-ahead run in the 5th when he came home on that Justin Turner double. That was the last hitter that John Gray would face.
And that was all with 2 outs. The first 2 batters, and then he walked Utley. And Turner come through again with the RBI.
And this is a good job by Chase Utley of moving the runner over. So Ruggiano to third with 1 out, and that will bring up Justin Turner. Rockies fans, join in on the conversation. Send us your thoughts and photos. Use Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. And use the hashtag Toyota Talk. And here's our defensive alignment tonight for the Rockies. Dickerson, Blackman, Gonzalez, Arenado, Reyes, LeMahieu, Morneau in the infield, with Dustin Garneau taking his turn behind the plate.
Turner's just made himself into a solid everyday big league player.
He can hit.
He can flat out hit.
And now the infield with 1 strike comes charging in. That's a Tony La Russa move, and Walt has implemented that at times. That's on the inside corner. It's 0-2.
And for a guy standing in the box, when you see that movement coming at you, it throws your mind off in a big sort of way, because you don't know what's going to happen. Where do I swing? What do I do now? I mean, if they're back, you think, okay, get on top of the ball, just hit a ground ball. If they come in to start the at bat, say I got to get a pitch that's up so I can get it into the air. But when they're running after 1 strike, that's why you usually end up taking a pitch, because your mind locks up on you.
Rawson's come in a couple times. Let's see where Garneau wants this delivery. Fastball up, and it is lined foul and out of play. Hard smash off of Jose Reyes, and Ruggiano scores. I'm sure that'll be a hit for Turner, and it's 1-0 Los Angeles.
And it will be a base hit. RBI 55th of the season for Turner. Jose tried to get down, but to create an angle where you can get behind it. The ball skipped off the grass past him. That's the difference in playing back or in on the grass. Reaction time much quicker.
And a big shift put on for Adrian Gonzalez. Arenado, the only one on the left side. He's in a shortstop spot. Outside, 1-1. Rockies just 4-10 so far against the Dodgers this year. Dodgers with the victory yesterday, a major league best 48-21 at home. They're 23 games above 500. That's their high water mark this year. They remain 7.5 up on the Giants, and they remain in front of the Mets
Barely.
in the battle for home field in the divisional round.
That's going to be the interesting challenge for Don Mattingly as he goes forward throughout the rest of the season. How much to rest guys, how much to keep pushing it so you do get that home field advantage, because I think it's key when you're playing the Mets to have them, if it happens, to come out here first where you can line up your two aces at home.
3-1, swung on and missed. Had an interesting conversation with Mattingly this afternoon, and he said yesterday that was as well as a lineup performed against Kershaw and battled against Kershaw that he could remember this year, and he called it a playoff type of intensity. And it was it was a high compliment toward the Rockies also. There's a base hit the other way.
Well, there was a number of at-bats last night where guys, DJ in the first inning, he's down 0-2. He ends up getting a walk. There's a couple other guys. Nolan had a 7-pitch at bat. Cargo, that one at bat, it went 10 pitches. You knew that Clayton Kershaw had to work for every out that he got last night.
And Kershaw said as much after the game also.
And that's when the pitcher's saying that, you know that those guys really battled him.
Would you like to have those two guys pitching for you? Wow. With every challenge call, a Subaru eyesight review will determine the outcome. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Chris Russin has allowed hits to 3 of the first 4. There's a run in, and he's got A.J. Ellis, who did not participate last night. He did on Sunday. He was 1 for 5 with a home run down at Chase Field against the Diamondbacks. So we can get a ground ball here.
A.J. Ellis has an anniversary of sorts today. He made his major league debut back in 2008.
Good pitch.
always a guy that would end up seeing 4.5 pitches per plate appearance. He was an everyday player for the Dodgers. He would take pitches, work counts.
Ground ball to third. There's one and there's two. That's exactly what Chris Russell needed there. In the inning, a double by Ruggiano. He would come around on the base hit by Justin Turner. 1-0 LA as we go to the second. Toyota stores, Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines, book your low fare now at southwest.com. Couple minutes up the 110 from downtown LA. Dodgers leading 1-0. Drew Goodman, Jeff Houston, Ryan Spilborghs, and the Rockies will have DJ LeMahieu leading off here in the second against Brett Anderson. Brett 9-8 with a .336, very sound numbers. We showed you the graphic last night after Greinke and Kershaw. The other starters are .500 with a .415 ERA.
The other two 14-6 with a .212 for Kershaw.
That's like a bunt. And A.J. Ellis makes a good play.
Yes, he did. And with the swinging bunt, DJ didn't get out of the box like he would on a normal bunt. Gets tied up, spun around, and then Ellis picks it up in one swift motion, fires to Gonzo at first base, who hangs on to it.
That's why first basemen typically from Little League on up are tall.
It's nice to have a tall target over there.
Yeah. Corey Dickerson at the plate.
Yeah, but to finish that thought with Brett Anderson, Zach Greinke 17-3 with a 1.61 ERA.
Kershaw's ERA dropped to 2.12 after giving up 1 run in 7 innings last night.
It started at 2.15, so he's still shaving.
It's hard. It's hard
still
when you're
shaving
that,
points off.
Yeah, when it's that low, it's hard to move it quite a bit. Sharing a laugh right now. Davey Lopes in the background. So Don Mattingly, and we had the video of it, went over to Kershaw after the 6th inning. You know, he was at, I think, 95, 96 pitches, and he had hooked Greinke the day before after 8 innings with 93 pitches. He's mindful of the postseason around the corner. And I said, how'd that conversation go? He said, well, I went up to him. I said, I looked him in the eye. I said, how do you feel? And he said, fine. And he said, no, how do you feel? He said, I'm going back out there. And that's kind of how it looked like without having the words behind it last night when Mattingly went over to Kershaw.
He's earned that conversation.
And he's earned the right to, I guess, say when he's going to stick around. And that's good managing also, because you got to know your players. You got to know your players. Dickerson gone, second strikeout for Anderson. That'll bring up Dustin Garneau.
And how about that MLB stat of the day? 14 starts. He's given up just 1 run or less in 13 of them and hasn't lost in 81 days.
And it's not just 5 and fly like some guys. I mean, all his outings are 7 or 8 innings, or sometimes 9 innings. It's quite a stat. Garneau's behind 0-2. Dustin's a Southern California kid, like so many that come here for the first time, and Ryan Spilborghs is one of them. He got a huge kick out of being in the stadium, being able to listen to Vin Scully.
One of the people that come to watch you play, that saw you play in Little League, and there's the great Vin Scully, by the way, who's coming back again next year.
Outside, 2-2.
But when Dustin's name was introduced in the lineups prior to first pitch, there was a huge round of applause and people were screaming and yelling for him.
One, 2, 3 second for Brett Anderson. 1-0 LA. Back in a moment.
Greinke and Clayton Kershaw. So let's take a look at the Cy Young Award candidates. There's guys like Clayton Kershaw, the obvious, Zach Greinke, and Jake Arrieta. You're looking at those numbers, there's quite an argument to be made. So I asked some of the Rockies players, between Zach Greinke and Clayton Kershaw, what do you got?
Well, Greinke's the front runner for sure with the year he's having. I mean, he's having a record-breaking year, one of the best years of all time in the game.
I got to give it to Kershaw. I mean, it's tough. Both those guys can dominate a lineup on any given night, but you know, Kershaw throwing in the mid to high 90s and that slider and curveball, I think he has the edge just barely.
Greinke was so good the first half that, and right now they're about even, so I'm going to have to go Greinke for right now.
Wow, what a play right there by Jose Reyes. It's going to be hard to argue when you start looking at some of these stats. We're going to talk about advanced stats for a second, Drew and Huey. When you start looking at the numbers that Clayton Kershaw and Zach Greinke have done, nobody seems to agree. The numbers are skewed. If I asked certain guys, if Kershaw got to 300 strikeouts, does that give him the win? I was like, I don't think so, because a lot of things get put down on, do you win the game? And right now, Zach Greinke's pitching as well as anybody in baseball.
I asked a few guys as well, and most of them nodded towards Greinke in that the minuscule ERA, but you certainly could make a case for Clayton Kershaw. What's interesting, Huey, is that when it comes to wins above replacement, there are certain sites that have Greinke in front of Kershaw, and there are other sites that have Kershaw in front of Greinke.
And then even Jake Arrieta in front of Kershaw in one of the wars. So, I mean, you could go back and forth. I'm of the belief that with Greinke and what he's done all year long, I mean, an ERA of 1.6.
It'd be hard to not vote for him. I mean, if he finishes, say, 20-3 with a
right.
1-something, come on.
But look at those numbers right there. That's what's so funny to me. I mean, how is on one of these websites you have a WAR of 7.4 where Greinke on Fangraphs of 5.6, and then on another Baseball Reference, Greinke's beating him by 2. I know there's fielding independent pitching. I know there's whip comes into account. That's walks, hits, innings pitch. It's just, to me, at the end of the day, it's the eye test. Is it not? Is it not? Is this guy going to help you win a baseball game? And I think if you put him on the pedestal and you look at it, to me, Clayton Kershaw is the best pitcher in baseball. And this year, Zach Greinke's having the better year.
So how would you line it up then? Are you saying Greinke's number 1, Kershaw's number 2?
I think the better year right now is Zach Greinke, like Nolan said. But if Clayton Kershaw does something that hasn't been done in 13 years, 300 strikeouts, I think that's a hard thing to argue. That's an incredible year, even though Zach Greinke is around a 1.66 ERA, 1.61.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's 2-1 right now on Peterson. He's going to pop out to end the inning. When we come back, I want to talk about position player war with both of you, and maybe you can shed some light on something I'm perplexed upon. It's a big if. 1-0 LA. The third inning.
I can't get him.
Who wants tacos? If the Rockies score 7 or more during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special. Liv Moss at Taco Bell. So in the third inning, Chris Russin's going to lead it off for the Rockies. Always a tough out. Russin in the top of the order.
Everybody's thinking about bunting.
It's part of the strategy with Brett Anderson on the mound, and it worked very well. The first two hitters of the game, if you missed it, Blackman a bunt on the first pitch of the game. The second pitch, Jose Reyes a bunt single. Unfortunately, Cargo struck out. This ball's lifted a pretty deep right field by Russin, and on the edge of the track, it's hauled in out there by Chris Heisey. Cargo struck out, Nolan lined out, Justin Morneau grounded out, and there went the opportunity for the Rockies to capitalize on the 2-bunt single. So here's Blackman again. Well, the question I had for both of you when it came to WAR is Kevin Kiermaier with the outfielders, really good outfielder with the Tampa Bay Rays, has a WAR that is higher than some guys like Nolan Arenado, guys that have put up big numbers, and he has hit 8 home runs and driven in 54 with a mid-260s batting average. Please explain.
You want me to explain that one?
Huey, go ahead.
You go first. No.
You go.
I think when you look at Kevin Kiermaier, it's right now the defensive metrics that they have on him. He's doing things that we haven't seen before. They have him as a 28 WAR right now. The strikeout by Charlie Blackmon, but not all websites are created equal. If you look at Baseball Reference, they use runs saved as a metric, and Nolan fares well on that one. So looking at those numbers, some of these WAR numbers, I'm starting to throw them out the window. I mean, I like them because I think it's a good argument, but when we start putting things together, you start looking at Nolan's number, 38 homers, 110 RBIs, 85 runs scored, and another guy, Kevin Kiermaier, is nearly 13 players ahead of him. I think that's a flawed system.
It absolutely is, because they're basically saying you'd rather have, with all due respect, he's a nice player, you'd rather have Kevin Kiermaier than Nolan Arenado. And I'm sorry, if the game's on the line, I'd rather have Nolan Arenado at the plate. And I think every manager in baseball would agree. This is bounced up the middle and on through, a base hit for Jose Reyes. So the Rockies have their first base runner since Jose had a bunt single in the first. That'll bring up Cargo. Rockies fans, join in on the conversation. We invited you earlier, but guess what? We're going to invite you again. Send us your thoughts and photos. Use Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, and make sure you include the hashtag Toyota Talk. Otherwise, you're just out there in cyberspace kicking around.
Hashtag Toyota Talk.
Just kicking rocks in cyberspace.
Exactly. Kicking moon rocks.
So one final thought on WAR. I just think there should be a universal definition for it, like there is for batting average or on base percentage. Otherwise, you're comparing apples to oranges.
Preaching to the choir, Huey. So here's one thing I wanted to get to, just because everybody's been talking about MVPs. Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper is having an outstanding season. And if you start looking at the nuts and bolts of it, the on-base percentage, the OPS, yes, it's incredible.
Well, they got Reyes picked off, and he's going to steal the bag as the throw hit him in the back, and he's going to end up at third base.
This is a hard throw for the first baseman, and that's why he hit him in the back, and I'll tell you why. Because you have a shortstop that's trying to get over inside of the base runner as the first baseman is trying to throw the bag. Instead of having the shortstop cut diagonally towards the bag, he acts like the second baseman. Do you see where he was and then has to come and cross behind or in front of the runner, excuse me? That's why that ball hit him in the back.
Here's the 0-1 on Cargo, and that misses 1-1. He's gone after Cargo with fastballs. Struck him out with a fastball down and in, a hard sinker his first time up. And again, it's a sinker. 1-2. Also looks, fellas, like Brett Anderson has a little extra life on the heater today.
It does. I mean, he's averaging at 90, but we've seen some 91s from him. 92, 93. But he's had 3 extra days off because he had to come out of his last start. He had a cramp in his calf.
And again, he strikes out Gonzalez. So Cargo goes down swinging. That's 4 strikeouts. Reyes left at third, 1-0 LA. Los Angeles International Airport, or better known as LAX. Rockies trailing 1-0. Brett Anderson at the plate. Tweet us your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag RMDataStrongFan, and we'll try to get you into an upcoming game broadcast brought to you each night by T-Mobile. Chris Russin. That's the first pitch in there, strike one. Got nicked in the first inning. A Ruggiano double and then a Turner single. Hits are even at 3. Brett Anderson, the son of a coach. Brett's a baseball junkie. He's also a Twitter hound. Here was one of his more recent tweets that I plucked from the rocks in cyberspace. There's a 2-1. That's a comebacker, and as he jogs down to first, Chris got time. How about this one? September baseball. ... When there are too many people available to play and timely games go to die.
And sometimes not enough lockers to go around.
And sometimes not enough lockers to go around.
I remember some of the older stadiums, old Tiger Stadium. You have guys doubled up.
Brett, obviously not a Russell Wilson fan because he threw that one out there on Sunday.
Well, that's because Russell Wilson tweeted on Saturday they were going to be 1-0. Rams didn't take kindly to that.
Well, be careful when you push send. Keep telling Spilly that. Ruggiano takes inside. It's 2-0. Well traveled. Originally a Dodger draft pick in 2004 out of Texas A&M, 25th round. He's been with Tampa, Miami, Seattle, the Cubs, and now back with the team that originally selected him. So Huey, here's one more on defensive war, and this is from Fangraphs. They have Kiermaier, an outfielder, at plus 28. In other words, he's 28. Oh, this is silly. He's 28 games better than if you just stuck a guy out there from AAA in center field. Really? and they have Nolan at 11.1. So Nolan, who has a ton more chances than an outfielder would have, is 17 games less valuable defensively. And then they have Bryce Harper, who's had a gorgeous year. There's the strikeout of Ruggiano, 2 outs. Bryce Harper, last time I checked, I thought Bryce Harper was pretty good outfielder.
I thought so.
Minus 5.5.
Well, that's defensive metrics that I don't quite understand. The hanging slider, but sometimes you'll get away with that. And he did to the bat of Justin Ruggiano. But to me, defense, that's why I like to put my eyes on somebody. How much range does he have? And we're blessed that we get to see Nolan every night. But to see the plays he makes, you can't tell me that this other guy is 12 or 15 runs better than he is.
It's just absurd to me. And Bryce Harper's starting to put together home runs, and now he's in front of Nolan with that home run. He's got 39. Guys with the Rockies came up to us today, Cargo being one. He said, who do you think should win the MVP award in the National League?
I wanted to get back to a point I was trying to make about not Chase Utley, but Bryce Harper and Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
And if you talk to baseball guys on the field, the things that are important to them, runs and RBIs. And if you want to just take, we're going to make a crude number right here. We're going to add the two together, runs and RBIs. So for Bryce Harper, 192 runs, or runs plus RBIs in 580 plate appearances this year. Nolan 195 in 589. So based on those numbers, as good of a year as Bryce Harper has had, Nolan's right there with him.
And it's a strange year in that if you look at the quote-unquote elite teams, the Cardinals, the Dodgers, even throw the Cubs in that mix. This ball's well hit center field by Utley, and Blackmon's got it. You look at those teams, they don't really have an MVP candidate. There are some teams that are maybe decidedly mediocre that have better candidates. 1-0 LA. Is to Lester. That's quite a series going on in Pittsburgh. Here's Nolan Arenado, inning number 4, and Nolan takes sinker down low. He lined out to third his first time up. Arenado, Morneau, LeMahieu against Brett Anderson, who's been very good so far.
This fourth inning's been very good to the Rockies this year. They've scored the most run of any inning in the major leagues in the fourth inning, 113 runs.
And that's ground ball foul.
The Yankees scored a lot in the first, as has the Rockies. Then the Blue Jays. I think Blue Jays, I'm surprised it's not first, second, third, with all the home runs that they hit.
Well, they've been something else. There's a curveball. 2-2. Braves beat the Yankees tonight 6-3 at the Trop. But Greg Bird from Grandview High School hit another home run at sixth. And you can say what you will about A-Rod, and I'm going to be the last guy to. This ball is ripped to left, base hit. You know, to sit here and praise some of the things that A-Rod did and how he handled himself the last few years. However, it is still quite remarkable that he has 32 home runs
after sitting out basically 2 years.
And he's 40
years old.
He hit another one tonight.
Well, the first 10,000 fans through the gates on Saturday, September 26th, will receive a Colorado Rockies baseball hat courtesy of United Launch Alliance. Get your tickets to this game against the Dodgers today.
Wow, Miami finally cooled off the Mets 9-3. And that was a game that Jacob deGrom started. I guess if you're Terry Collins, you can take deGrom off the playoff roster. 5 innings, 6 runs, 10 hits. Two strikes on Morneau.
Still think he gets that first game of the playoffs, doesn't he?
I think so. And as good as Harvey is, backing off Harvey a little bit, he is going to pitch in the postseason. This is punched to left, and that's a fair ball. And the Rockies, as they did in the first frame, have 2 on and nobody out. And here comes LeMahieu.
Number 9, DJ LeMahieu.
These are a thing of beauty. When the pitcher makes a good pitch on you, you just stick your backside out, you reach for it, and you flick it to the opposite field for a knock. These are so much fun. You had to take the top hand off. You're just trying to make contact, and then it sits. You're jogging down the line to first base, and yeah, feeling pretty good. I'd look for DJ to possibly lay down a bunt.
There it is. Nope. Pulled
He
it
just
back.
didn't throw a strike.
Yeah.
I'd still do it.
If he gets it on that left side, it could be interesting. Swinging, and this one is cut off and then thrown away by Seager. And here comes Arenado. Nobody's at home plate. Adrian Gonzalez trying to get there. And on the error, the Rockies have tied up the baseball game. So Seager did well to get to the baseball, but he should have eaten the ball at that point because he really had no play, because Turner had to vacate to see if he could get to the baseball, couldn't return to the bat.
And as a shortstop, you have to know that. You have to know that the third baseman has gone too far, so you just put it in your back pocket and wait for another play. Instead, the inexperience of Seager comes through. He gets to the ball. It'll go down as a base hit for DJ, and then an E6 on Seager for making the wild throw. And then Nolan capitalizing because nobody is covering home plate. A.J. Ellis went after the ball. Brett Anderson went after the ball. And so Nolan just trots home. You have guys at second and third in another RBI position for Corey Dickerson.
And by the way, I don't call that inexperience. He just made a mental error. It's not inexperience because it happened at the big league level in his first 2 weeks in the big leagues. He's had that play before in the minor leagues, in high school, etc.
The reason I'm saying it's inexperience because he hasn't played with Justin Turner, the third baseman.
I see.
That's the only reason. No, I get what you're saying. He's had that play in high school, college, whatever, in the minor leagues. But you haven't had a third baseman, so the range factor, how far he can go.
And as the replay showed you, even if he hits the moving target that was Justin Turner, Nolan's already at the bat.
Yeah, he's going to be safe.
One 1-0 on Dickerson with 2 in scoring position. And this one is going to be cut off by Utley. And he just did get Dickerson, but Corey drives home the go-ahead run as Morneau scores. And with 1 out, LeMahieu's a fly ball from scoring.
Number 50, Dustin Garneau.
Productive out.
And that's what you're looking for. Get the ball to the right side so you can get that runner in and advance another one. If you get a base hit, that's a bonus. But the whole at bat for Corey, that's his main focus. Get that RBI in. As Justin comes home, DJ moves up to third.
Snap throw, and DJ gets back. So first base is open, but there's only 1 out, and they've opted to go after the young kid, Dustin Garneau.
And you have a guy like Chris who can handle the bat following him.
Garneau, couple home runs, 5 driven in. Hit that huge home run on Friday night in Seattle. Not too many no-doubters at Safeco. He hit a no-doubter.
A backup slider that he was sitting on from Iwakuma.
0-2. That's fair, and that's going to get the run home. Good jump by DJ LeMahieu, and it's 3-1. So give Garneau credit. Behind 0-2, he found a way to get it in play, and he got the run to the plate. And the Rockies have a 2-run advantage here in Los Angeles.
And the jump from DJ at third. He's walking into it, walking, and then he never stopped. He never stopped his momentum coming home. So you're taught as a base runner when you're coming down that line that your right foot should hit the ground when that ball is crossing the plate so you can just keep going. And that's what DJ did.
And Russin trying to get involved in the bunt fest. The other thing DJ did, which I know you taught when you were an instructor in the Cubs organization, he made sure he tried to get as close to on line with where that ball was hit, and thus where the throwing lane would be to the plate if Turner decided to go to the plate.
And then he veered when he saw that it wasn't going to come, so he might have to slide. Then he'd slide out and around.
We got a little rainstorm going through. It has been the story of the Rockies season. It rained last night into the morning.
The Rockies have already had a rain delay here in LA earlier this year.
And a rain out in San Diego. And 25 plus hours of rain delays at home. Russin strikes out, but the Rockies get 3 in the inning. Did a very good job of taking advantage of that opportunity. 3-1 Colorado. Watching from, go to Twitter at rootsports_RM and use the hashtag #WhereWeRoot. Raining in Los Angeles. Most fans don't own an umbrella here in Southern California.
As we said back when we had the rain delay, California needs it.
California needs it, and they need it in the worst way, especially right now in that Sacramento area where they are battling two of the worst wildfires in the history of the state. And we go downstairs to the California native, Ryan Spilborg, for more. Spilly?
Well, I don't know what to do in this type of weather. I tried driving in it this morning, and I just pulled over because in California we don't know, number one, what to do in rain, and number two, how to drive in it. So it's a bad combination in L.A.
Well, at least you're smart enough now as a broadcaster to get under some shelter.
Yeah, I melt in water.
Spilly, we would invite you up here, but with this older stadium that's a little cramped and crowded.
Oh, well, Vin offered for me to come sit with him, so I guess I'll go better offer you for Vin Scully.
He has a larger and more elegant booth.
It is warmer in that booth, though.
Figuratively and literally.
Yes.
Justin Turner at the plate, 1-0 on Turner. 3, 4, and 5 for the Dodgers here in the fourth.
You better hope this stops because the tarp's out in center field. It's not down the line.
Don't even think it.
I'm just saying.
Turn to John Reynolds, our trusty mate up here. What's the weather report, JR? No, I know. What's the weather report, though?
He wants to know what the weather's supposed to be like.
See that computer in front of you there, JR?
No, JR's looking at when the last rain out at Dodger Stadium was.
3 balls and a strike. Last rain out was 2000. They had a rain out this year, I thought, didn't they? No, 2000. Wow.
Well, it's letting up now.
Turner launches us into now the empty seats at Dodger Stadium. It's 3-2.
Still a few hardy souls that are braving it. Everybody else is up underneath cover.
Just missed, and Turner goes to first. That'll bring up Adrian Gonzalez. First walk allowed by Chris Russin. Guaranteed rain, huh? Adrian Gonzalez single to left his first time up. Adrian's numbers career-wise against the Rockies are rivaled by only one player, and that is Matt Kemp, now with San Diego. Chance for 2, good feed, and on to first, double play, a 1-5-3 double play, and Turner went in hard to Arenado.
He took him out. Nolan was right at the bag. Chris didn't give him a particularly good feed, kind of handcuffed him down by his knees. And so it took him a moment to get rid of it. Nolan's not used to it. He did it in high school, but guys had to slide right into the bag.
Let me ask you, because that slide was late, came across through the bag and finished 5 feet. What is the rule of thumb of what is a good hard play and what is dirty?
Well, for me, it's kind of changed as far as how guys go into the bag, so we don't see it. To me, that's a leg whip. That's a little bit on the dirty side.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to ask you. You played the position.
But I mean, I think of some of the guys who used to come in that way, the Dave Winfields, the Kirk Gibsons. But it was a different style and a different brand. But whenever a guy starts to slide off to the side and try to whip you with his leg, to me, that's kind of intent, trying to hurt you.
Yeah, you know what? Remember that play, because this is going to be interesting going forward.
And he never got up then afterward. Then you kind of tapped him on the backside to say, hey, sorry about that. Fortunately,
Nolan got that right foot out of the dirt. High throw, and Morneau will reach down and tag A.J. Ellis. So it turns into a 1-2-3 inning. 3-1 Colorado. Reyes and Gonzalez. Keep thinking about that.
They're having an argument right now.
Turner.
They're yelling at Justin Turner. And that's why the umpires are trying to step in between. John Hirschback is telling him to go back.
You want to know what, Huey, you were all over it. Not only was it late and it was more of a leg whip, but the fact that he didn't get up and, you know,
hey, sorry about that, my bad.
It was a little over aggressive.
I slid too far because of it. Overly aggressive. He didn't do any of that. So the Rockies have every right to be angry about it. And I would assume that something's going to happen when he comes to the plate unless somebody's been warned.
And that's what's completely and utterly unfair, because then the only other way is that kid Corey Seager, who just got to the big leagues,
he might wear it.
He may wear it because of what Turner did.
And that was Walt out there. He was the first one out there. He's a former middle infielder. He knows.
He knows, and he's also, folks, the last guy in that dugout that you want to mess with.
He's got his players back.
Watch that. Fortunately, he gets that right leg just out of the dirt.
Knee.
Otherwise, yeah, you're talking about the potential for a serious injury.
I like it.
And that's the thing about Walt Weiss, 2-2. Walt is, I've said this so many times. I said this when people ask me about him, and we've known Walt for a long time. You know, who's he going to be as a manager? And I said he has the unique ability to be the nicest guy and sometimes the quietest guy in a room, but also the toughest guy in the room. And I don't just mean mentally. I mean, physically also. I mean, Walt is a man's man,
and he played that way.
He played that way, and he's a warm guy, and he's a wonderfully nice person. But I'll tell you what, don't cross him.
No.
And he has got his players back. This is a high fly to shallow center, and Peterson comes on, makes a catch. First time Reyes has made an out. 2 gone, and that'll bring up Cargo.
I think they might stop this for a minute to bring some diamond dry out, because after this pitch, Brett Anderson fell down. He fell off the mound.
He says he's all right.
Okay. Just watch him, though, after he releases the ball. He slips. Maybe he had too much of the clay in his cleats.
So Cargo has struck out twice. He's gotten a steady diet of fastballs in. And again, it's a fastball.
The world's best barbecue competition teams will be at Coors Field Saturday, September 19th. Purchase the barbecue ticket package to vote for the Fans' Choice Award. Sample some incredible barbecue and visit with award-winning cook teams.
Cargo's had 3 at-bats. He's been 0-2 on all 3 against Brett Anderson. Slider to end the inning. So that is 7 strikeouts for Brett Anderson. He's making like Clayton Kershaw, but the Rockies have the lead 3-1. Justin Turner had an RBI single in the first after a Ruggiano double. Then the Rockies were able to put together a 3-run inning, aided by a throwing error by Corey Seager. Chris Russell has been solid, and here in the 5th inning, he'll face Seager, Heisey, and Jock Peterson, 6, 7, and 8.
Right now, John Hirschbeck is talking to Don Mattingly, because during the commercial break, Nolan was out taking ground balls. Tim Wallach also was down there. They were yelling at each other. Justin Turner is saying some stuff back to Nolan. You can tell he's still fired up. And finally, John had enough. Justin Turner still, he was trying to plead his case, throwing up his hands, and then said, oh, yeah, forget it. Wallach got involved.
Well, stay tuned. You know, the Dodgers have the $315 million payroll. They're in first place. The Rockies, as we know, are playing out the final 3 weeks, but there's a lot of pride there. This is a diving stop by DJ. Great play to take a hit from Corey Seager. And nobody likes to have sand kicked in their face.
Not at all.
Right fielder, Chris Heisey.
And another Gold Glove play from DJ. When you slide on a wet field, you're not sure what's going to happen, if the ball's going to scoot past you, or when you go to pick it because your hand has been just squashed down in the grass, that you come up with a wet baseball.
Or maybe you just make it perfect.
Or just make a good throw.
Heisey at the plate, takes outside.
See, now if it can kind of set up nice, if you can get Heisey, and then you have Jock Peterson, followed by the pitcher, and someone pitch maybe slips out of your hand. Just thinking back to the old days.
Well, that was the old days, and then there's also.
But I don't think anybody was warned.
Well, nobody's warned. You're wondering where Turner is. He's third up in the order. So. And it should be handled on the field in the appropriate manner. I'm not advocating, player violence or throwing at somebody's head, but it was a dirty play.
You're good.
It's 2 in a row. Oh, so close. This time Garneau couldn't quite reach it.
I was just thinking Peterson, because then you have the pitcher to follow him. You might not get a chance at Turner.
This is into shallow right. Cargo coming. He'll call off DJ. 2 outs. Chris Russin's doing his thing, Huey.
After that first inning where he gave up 3 hits and the run, didn't clean other than the walk to Justin Turner, but then he followed that up with a double play.
Peterson popped to short his first time. 2 outs, nobody on. Rockies up 3-1. They've out-hit the Dodgers 6-3. More bunt attempts in the first 5 innings of this game than.
But this one doesn't make sense. I understand the other one, but 2 outs.
A guy who's a home run hitter.
Right. And the pitcher that's following you, you want to either hit the ball out or at least hit a double. Because if you just get a single, then you'd have to steal second. It's just not a smart play.
Guess what? He's doing it again. I mean,
that's a guy that's scuffling and is not hitting very well in the second half.
2 strikes on Peterson. One and 2. He's hit below 200 in the second half, 184 to be precise. And the slugging percentage is really what's alarming, just 307.
A lot more strikeouts.
Well, you guys who played always talk about second time through the league. It's all about adjustments, constant adjustments, really throughout your career.
Here was a guy that was an all-star. Now the league's figured out where some of the holes are, and he hasn't made the adjustment.
2 and 2. And he takes a big swing and strikes out. Chris Russin with his third strikeout of the ball game, and he safely navigates the fifth inning. Rockies up 3-1 in Tinseltown. Ford Fusion, power you want and good looks too. Ford, go further. By Southwest Airlines, book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. 3-1 Colorado. Nolan Arenado, who led off the fourth with a base hit, would eventually come around to score. Will lead off here in the sixth against Brett Anderson. And he gets a breaking ball for a strike. Anderson has been sharp. 3 runs against him. 1 is unearned. Anderson typically throws a lot of strikes. In fact, he produces more ground balls by percentage than any other pitcher in baseball.
66.9%. Coming into the game, he induced 330 ground balls.
It's historically a tremendous number. Derek Lowe, who's had a super sinker since 2000, had the highest percentage.
And his was a hard sinker. It was like a bowling ball. Not quite as hard as a Kevin Brown, but just a tick below that.
You know, you typically think of sinker ballers from the right side. They've had some good ones at Dodger Stadium. I don't know if any, but Derek Lowe was right at the top of the list clearly, but I don't know if anybody was better than Kevin Brown, a guy you had to face. I mean, he was 97 with the sinker.
Yeah, and it was like hitting a bowling ball.
Two and two on Arenado. He stayed off the breaking ball there, and it's 3-2. Rockies, after losing to Kershaw yesterday, just 7-27 against left-handed starters this year. And another base hit for Nolan.
First 10,000 fans through the gates for the Rockies Pirates game on September 22nd receive a coupon for a Hebrew National Dollar hot dog. Get your tickets now. for Nolan. That's how you answer that hard slide. Come out and get it, knock you next time.
And Morneau chops it to first, and Nolan's hung up.
Well, Nolan did the right thing when he looked over his shoulder after the out had been made at first base. Because what you're hoping is that the first baseman will just let go of the ball and won't get you to stop, so you can go back to first. Adrian Gonzalez is a half a step off the bag. Nolan looks and then put on the brakes, but Adrian, too wise to that move, eventually chases him down.
LeMahieu an infield single and scored a run in the 4th inning. Ball and a strike on DJ. Rockies have been held to coming in 13 hits in their last 3 games. They have 7 tonight. Three and two on LeMahieu. He's had a great eye.
4 walks in the last 2 games.
3 on Sunday. Chop to Turner. Rockies done in their half of the 6th. It remains 3-1, middle of 6. (3-1) Rockies leading. The day after every Rockies win, get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. The promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com. With Jeff Hewson and Ryan Spilborghs, I'm Drew Goodman. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Anderson, Ruggiano, Utley. If it goes any further, you'll see Justin Turner. We're going to have a pinch hitter right now for Brett Anderson. What's the mood of the dugout in that last half inning, Spilly?
Well, there's always a lot of discussions whenever you see dirty plays like that. Part of it is you're trying to police the game the way it's supposed to be policed. And so when you have a situation like that, the obvious thing is you got to play the game right, you got to play the game hard, but you can't do it with intent to hurt somebody. And when you have a guy as good as Nolan, you can't go into the bag in second base like that.
Hey, Spilly, real quick, did you notice, were there any warnings given?
There was not a warning given, not to both sides. I think it's just, from what I saw, it was just guys telling each other whatever they were saying to each other.
1 ball, 1 strike on the 68th pitch delivered by Chris Russin. A real good number as he works here in the 6th inning. Alex Guerrero pinch hitting. Got a lot of pop.
11 pinch hits. And Skip Schumacher leads with 18. Then Brett Wallace, who the Rockies saw down in San Diego, has 14 to lead the National League.
J.P. Howell's warming in the Dodger pen. Jeff, what's your take on that? I mean, the guy's in the box staring at you, but the change of speed. I mean, some people call it a quick pitch. To me, a quick pitch is, the batter's still stepping in. That's a quick pitch, but it's a different delivery. What's your take on it?
It's all timing. I mean, it's hard for a hitter to see that because you're used to one speed. And so it does throw your timing off.
Not illegal. Is it ethical? Some hitters have complained.
Well, I can see why they would complain, because it is borderline semi-quick pitch. I know he's in the box and ready to go, but there's nothing in the rule that says you have to take a certain amount of time in your windup to deliver the pitch.
There's Ruggiano. And he rolls one foul.
I will tell you this: they're gonna have some discussion this winter about how guys stand on the mound, whether it's more straight on like it used to be rather than sideways, because David Price also does it this way. They're gonna have some discussion about guys leaping forward when they deliver the ball.
The leap forward, to me, first of all, it's got to be hard to perfect, but we have 2 guys who do it.
Carter Capps with Miami. That's the biggest one, where he's with that a foot away from the rubber when he delivers the baseball.
Two and 2 on Ruggiano. Opportunity for Corey Dickerson in left. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Chase Utley.
Second baseman, Chase Utley.
Utley tonight, a ground ball to first and a fly ball to deep center field, chased down by Charlie Blackmon. And that is a trap. So Utley with a base hit with 2 outs, and here comes Justin Turner.
Third baseman, Justin.
Get a closer look at this. Charlie lays out for it.
It looked like it bounced.
It did look like it skipped. threatened to sell it, but the second base umpire, James Hoy, was out. Immediately signaled no catch.
And Turner swings at the first pitch and hits it straight away. We'll go to the 7th. Rockies up 3-1. Chris Rustin doing an outstanding job. We go to the 7th inning. J.P. Howell is going to take over for the Dodgers with the Rockies ahead 3-1. Dickerson, Garneau, and Chris Russin.
Wow, 58th game. 158 ERA. He's cleaned it up from earlier this season. Had trouble getting right-handers and left-handers out. Former closer down in Tampa Bay. Now, one time earlier this year, the Dodgers had 5 former closers in their bullpen.
But somehow it still hasn't worked out very
No.
well because they're 25th in bullpen ERA this year. Dickerson pops this one up. Seager will make the play, 1 out. And that's what we're talking about. The Dodgers pen 27 in ERA, around 5 runs a game. Pitching half your games here, that's really inexplicable. Actually, that's since July 1st. So overall, they are 25th. The league average for WHIP is 129. That factors in starters, and starters are typically going to have a little higher WHIP. They're working the bulk of games, one would hope.
Unless your name's Kershaw or Greinke.
Then you're going to have really small ones. Sub ones. Rick Honeycutt sitting there looking at his bullpen sheet. Or this time of year sheets. We were discussing this. It's come up a couple times. September rosters, the expansion. How shall it work out going forward? Because there's a lot of purists and many others that feel, why do you play under one set of rules for 5 months, and then in the maybe most important month of the year when pennant races are decided, you play with a whole different set of rules? I mean, look at that. That looks like a beach party. During spring break, there's so many folks down there. Some people would say, and I'm one of them, why don't you can expand the roster all you want, because you need to have an opportunity for young players to get their feet wet at the big league level. but declare, instead of a 25-man roster, say a 27 or 28-man roster for that evening.
I'd even give you 30 for one night.
And then I heard another idea in the Rockies clubhouse tonight, maybe designated for the whole series. So you come into the series, Huey, and you say, okay, here's our, whatever the number is, 27, 28. If Garneau goes down, 2 outs, and that's who you play with. And everybody, you know, from the players' union standpoint, everybody gets paid. I mean, they may have a roster at 35. You still get service time, but you weren't eligible to play on a particular night because you were on the inactive list like they do in the NFL.
And they do it in hockey, too.
They do, yeah, you're a healthy scratch.
A healthy scratch for that night.
I mean, you have situations where teams come in and you know, they're fighting for a playoff spot. That's a comebacker, and Chris Rusin is retired. And you come in and you say, well, okay, normally they only have one lefty down there. They burned him in the 7th. Well, no, they have 5 of them now. I mean, 5. It's completely different than the first 5 months. 3-1 Rockies.
Of the 7th inning, John Gray last night was really pleased with this start. Part of the reason why it was another growth moment for him, the Dodgers had 8 lefties in the lineup. What he was saying, first time he's really commanded that inside part of the zone to left-handed hitters with the fastball, and then was using a backdoor curveball to get those strikeouts. 8 strikeouts at 4 2/3 inning. But what was more impressive was the fact that he really wanted to pitch in the spotlight. He knew Clayton Kershaw was on the other side. Being at Dodger Stadium, pitching in front of a big Monday night crowd with Clayton, he really felt like he rose to the top.
It's always nice when a guy feels that way after the ball game. And you get a chance to go against one of the best in the game, and you come out of it feeling good. I know you took the loss, but there is growth moments in every game.
This ball well hit to center field. Blackman is going to have to play it off the wall. And Adrian Gonzalez will have a leadoff double here in the 7th. He's got that swing locked in. 2 hits tonight. He had a hit last night. He had 3 hits on Sunday.
Now he is 8 for his last 16. 500 clip. Charlie momentarily thinks he has it, and then got caught in between as he's a little too close to the wall, and it careens off. I think it would have mattered because Adrian would have gotten a double, but you just don't want to give that extra chance.
Rockies have made a defensive change. Brandon Barnes in left field for Corey Dickerson. A.J. Ellis at the plate with the Rockies up by 2. It's the 5th hit for the Dodgers against Russell.
Foul.
Dodgers magic number entering the game tonight, 12.
San Francisco's at home playing Cincinnati. Winning 4-3 in the 5th.
San Francisco has to go on an 0-7 Rockies run. And even that might not be good enough. Especially the way the Dodgers have played. 16-4 their last 20. Wilson missed with the cutter. It's 2-1. Chris just 82 pitches in. He's been very efficient. The run he gave up tonight came in the first frame. Three and one. A lot of respect inside that Rockies clubhouse for Chris Russell. How he goes about his business, how he competes.
And how he works in between starts. Gets all the running in, does the flat ground work, bullpens.
Well, he's got a toughness to him that is much appreciated. Here's the 3-1. That's a good pitch.
Logan and Justin Miller up now for the Rockies.
If you're wondering what's going on there, Justin Miller, Darren Holmes, they're going over potential batters that he'll face. And that misses, so now they're 2 on. And Corey Seager up. Seager's hit it hard twice, once to short and once to second. In fact, DJ made a great play against him. So Walt wants to bring on Boone Logan. He's going to start matching up here in the 7th. Nobody out, 2 on. Chris Russin has pitched a beautiful game to this point, and he'll depart with a 3-1 lead.
Second, nobody out. Fans playing fantasy baseball, MLB.tv serves up real-time highlights and pitch tracking info on your out-of-market fantasy players live or on demand on over 400 devices. Some changes to tell you about. Adrian Gonzalez is still at second base. He's the first runner to reach second base since the first inning, but Jimmy Rollins has come in to pitch run for A.J. Ellis at first base.
Jimmy's got that hand wrapped up. He heard it running the bases. He heard the hand. That's why he hasn't been playing. Boone Logan takes over, 55th appearance. He seems a lot more comfortable since he's been almost exclusively utilized to get one hitter, a left-handed bat.
And then you have Corey Seager, the young kid, coming up. A different look for him instead of facing Chris for the third time.
Again, he's hit it hard twice. He's hitting over 400 since arriving. And that pitch misses away. I was talking to Don Mattingly about Seager, and everybody in the Dodger organization loves everything about him. His bat really plays. But what you don't realize in this era of baggy uniforms, this kid is 6'4" and 230 pounds. So even though he has great hands, they're wondering, will he be able to stay at shortstop? And Mattingly said, you know, he's Tulowitzki big.
Much bigger than his brother Kyle.
Yeah.
Who we just saw in Seattle. Kyle much shorter. Playing third base, but he's probably more of a second baseman in my mind. But they got Robbie Cano there.
Bill, you have a take?
Well, Walt Weiss was talking to me about Corey Seager today, and he was saying he's every bit a shortstop. He loves his movements. He thought yesterday on a backhand play that he just held himself well, has decent footwork. He thinks this guy's going to be the real deal.
Here's the 1-1, way inside with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, 2-1. Yeah, it used to be the shortstop was 5'10", 175 pounds. That's not the case anymore.
Well, they're just bigger players overall, and throughout the field.
Bigger, better athletes. That's 3-1.
You can tell he has a master of the strike zone.
I find it easier to define the strike zone when you got to the big leagues. The umpires are better. The pitchers are more around the plate.
Yeah, you
going through minor league baseball.
Yeah, you didn't have to chase as much, but the stuff is better within the zone. So it's a trade-off.
Sure. Three and 2 on Corey Seager. Good slider.
Chris looking on. 6+ innings for him. Only 5 hits, couple walks. Three strikeouts. Chris Heisey on deck. They might go to a pinch hitter if Walt decides to bring in Justin Miller, the right-hander. All these matchups late in the game.
Another 3-2 on the 21-year-old, ball 4. And now they're loaded up, nobody out. Those walks just absolutely kill you.
Especially when you're brought in as a left-handed guy out of the bullpen to face one hitter. Left on left.
And you got Jock Peterson on deck, and that's why Walt, it looks like it's going to hang in there with Logan. One thing about the lead runner in this situation with nobody out It's Adrian Gonzalez, who's a well below average runner. Potentially come home in an unconventional way. I mean, a lot of times if it's hit hard at third base, you're up by 2 runs, you go around the horn, but you could go, and we've seen Nolan do it before, you could go 5-2-3 here. Not like you got a flyer at the plate either.
Right, and so it's going to be up to Nolan to make that judgment call if it's hit to him. And for Justin Morneau at first might be the same thing. He might come home.
2 strikes on Heisey. 1-2. He hits it in the air to deep right. It'll get a run home. Cargo will make the catch. Tagging is Jimmy Rollins. He'll go second. The third as Gonzalez scores to make it a 1-run game. Back fly for Heisey, his second Dodger RBI. That'll bring up Jock Peterson.
Center fielder, number 31, Jock Peterson.
Heisey just got a ball up and away from him, extended the arms. A pretty deep fly ball to right field. Get a pinch hitter.
Yeah, they're going to pull Jock Peterson back.
Austin Barnes.
65, Austin Barnes.
The 14th game he's appeared in for the Dodgers. The guy primarily when he plays is behind the plate. Up and down 3 times this year. Hit .315 in Oklahoma City. 9 home runs, 42 driven in. PCL All-Star.
It also tells you a little bit about Jock Peterson. Pinch hitting for him in the 7th inning. We wouldn't have seen that the first 3 months of the season.
Nope. But it also keeps taking us back to that conversation we had a minute ago about the expanded roster. There'd be a limit on, where you pinch hit, who you pinch hit for, but it's not like there's going to be a shortage of outfielders, a shortage of corner infielders, or left-handed specialists. 3-2, Jimmy Rollins at third. Corey Seager, who runs well at first. And a strike on Barnes. Barnes hits a high fly ball to shallow left. Reyes, and nobody catches the baseball. That's ridiculous. You had 3 guys converge. Nobody called for it, and it drops and ties up the game. Inexcusable.
Unbelievable. Gift base hit, RBI to tie the game up. And Nolan was playing even with the bag. That's not his ball. That's more on Brandon in the outfield. He's the one going towards it. and he pulled up. If he keeps running, he catches that.
And Rollins scores the equalizer. Scott Van Slyke's going to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. And the Rockies will make another pitching change. 3-3. And now the Rangers are a half game up. Remember that subtle move? Cole Hamels decided not to sign with Houston, but he signed with Texas. Guess he liked Dallas. He had a no trade. He liked Dallas better than Houston, evidently.
A lot of people were thinking, well, that was just in preparation for the following year or two. But no, they're a half game up now over Houston. Well, Justin Miller, 26th appearance.
And also, Scott Van Slyke was burned. Again, we go back to you got so many players. Okay, you burn Van Slyke, no big deal. And now the lefty, the veteran Andre Ethier, owner of 299 career doubles. He's at the plate. Seager's at second. Austin Barnes is at first. Miller's been throwing the ball very well. And that one was a cross-up.
Lucky that didn't go to the backstop. Justin thought it was going to be a slider. Wait for it to break.
That's a great job of catching that.
It is. It's self-defense. Just make a move after it. Hope you get some leather on it, knock it down, and he caught it.
You know, if the opposite happens, if you're looking fastball and you get a breaking ball, you have a shot because it's a slower velocity. When you're looking for breaking ball and the heater shows up, really hard to catch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ethier 5 for 19, couple RBIs, 2 doubles, pinch hitting.
The book's closed on Chris Russ, and he ends up with 2 earnings in that inning, 3 overall. Those are tough. So Chris goes 6 innings. He'll get a no decision. 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. 1-2 on Ethier. Arizona State product. They're everywhere right now. At first base, Austin Barnes, a product of Arizona State. In fact, if you look at Barnes, not a big guy. He's a catcher, 5'9", about 180 pounds. He's the nephew of Mike Gallego.
Really?
Yeah. Gags recently let go by the Oakland A's as their third base coach. He'll be back in the game.
Only a matter of time for Gags.
Yep. One, two, and that's fouled off. And a ground ball to first. Morneau will get an out there, and that's it. So there are 2 outs, and that'll bring up Ruggiano.
The fielder, number 27, Justin Ruggiano.
Justin Ruggiano doubled in the first, strikeout in the third, and a fly ball to left in the 6th inning. And a good slider. It's 0-1.
Good sliders, good fastballs from Justin Miller.
His confidence has to be at an all-time high. Seager's at third.
More pressure now with the runner at third base on Dustin behind the plate.
Two balls and a strike. Become a lengthy inning.
We had the switches from the Dodgers announcing a guy, bringing another guy. Rockies making a pitching change, and you still have Rex Brothers warming up in the bullpen if it gets to Chase Utley. So it doesn't get that far.
Dodgers have used 5 guys off their bench, position players, and that would be the max you would have ordinarily.
And some teams even only carry 4 bench guys.
The Rockies most of the season have carried 4 and 1 extra arm in the bullpen. For Reyes, he flips to DJ, and that ends the inning. 2 runs for the Dodgers. They tie it up 3-3 as we go to the 8th. Top of the order for the Rockies next. Here with Charlie Blackman, who wants tacos. Fans follow at @rootsports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies score 7 or more runs. Luis Avilan picked up at the trade deadline. Rockies saw him last night. He's in the ballgame. Heisey goes from right to center. Andre Ethier, an outstanding defender, will be in right field. And behind the plate goes Austin Barnes.
Those are the total numbers for Avilan this year, with LA's 0-1 with a 6.17 ERA in 17 games, 11 2/3, 10 hits, 233 batting average against.
2/3 of an inning last night. And he struck out a pair. Also gave up a hit. Ball 1 off the inside corner. And Avilan misses there. It's 2-0.
For the Dodgers, Juan Nicasio up in their bullpen, and Jairo Diaz in the Rockies pen.
Two and one. Avilan, 26-year-old from Caracas, Venezuela. Got a career ERA under 3. It's his workload this week.
Avilan, it's a fastball, anywhere from 90 to 96, and a changeup, occasional curveball.
Two and two on Blackman. Charlie did not play last night. 6 for 26 on the road trip. And this is a little pop-up. It's going to be handled by Utley. And that'll bring up Jose Reyes. Reyes 2 for 3. Bunt single back in the first.
Shortstop number 7.
Single up the middle of the third and a fly ball to center field. Rockies began the game with 2 bunt singles against Brett Anderson, but they were unable to cash it in. They got all 3 of their runs in the fourth. Got a little help from poor defense by Corey Seager. The shortstop threw a ball away, which directly led to a run. Outside ball 1. Well, looks like the rain has moved through.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, they need it out here, though. And this may be playable for Adrian Gonzalez. It will be.
He doesn't have to worry about wrestling with the fan.
No.
You can bring your family to the ballpark with a Coca-Cola Value Pack. It's available September 21st through the 24th against the Pittsburgh Pirates for either $59 or $79, depending on seat location. The Coca-Cola Value Pack, can't go wrong with that.
And Cargo had a great night swinging the bat last night. 2 for 4, had the line out to deep left, RBI ground out. And tonight shows you how difficult this game is. 3 strikeouts against Brett Anderson.
You can feel just as good when you come out for batting practice, when you step into the box. and something happens. But it's kind of funny because standing around the cage, we do this every day. We stand around the cage talking to different guys, and Corey Dickerson comes up to me and goes, "You know what? This is a hard game." I said, "Yes, it is. It is a hard game to come out every night and put up hits and do things. You know, that's why you're one of the top 750 players in the world."
Well, the other thing about it, baseball's a team game, but it is a string of individual confrontations, and you cannot hide. All of the focus is on the pitcher and the hitter. Whereas if you're playing in the offensive line in football, the only people who really know if you played well or not is you and maybe your position coach. Hopefully your position coach. I mean, you kind of get lost in the midst, and yeah, on occasion, okay, you get flagged and they call your name out. That's a fair ball, and that's the end of the inning. So Avilan, a 1-2-3 eighth inning, 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the eighth. On Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Mike Shaw Subaru, always our lowest price in sales and service guaranteed. And by Jack in the Box for a limited time. Try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. We're in Los Angeles, middle game of a 3-game set. Drew Goodman, Jeff Houston, Ryan Spilborghs. The game is knotted at 3. Rockies fell last night 4-1. In the bottom of the 8th, the Dodgers will have Chase Utley, Justin Turner, and Adrian Gonzalez. Jairo Diaz, for the 13th time, will have the rock for the Rockies.
Probably 10 or 11 of those have been now in the 8th inning. He's put his foot down after coming over in the trade with the Angels for Josh Rutledge. Hard-throwing right-hander. Lefty's hitting 176 against Jairo.
Here's Utley, and Utley takes ball 1. And a ground ball foul. Chase always been quick on that inner half.
And the unique follow through.
He doesn't really finish his swing, but he's generated a lot of power. The fastball at 97 misses the zone. Utley was chosen as a second baseman on Sports Illustrated's all-decade team for the 2000s. That's a good pitch. Last Diaz says that's a strike. Well, Utley was born about 15 minutes from Dodger Stadium in Pasadena.
Careful, Spilly. You got it. You caught it.
Spilly, that's the first play you made since you were playing for the Cebu Lions.
Yeah, I got that. Here, I'm going to get an ice cube for it. Can I have the cupcake? Thanks.
That's a good trade-off.
Nice trade.
Did you see me get this? And I took a selfie.
And a
3
selfie.
and 2. Getting it all done on one play.
Go ahead and eat that. We won't make you talk for a minute.
This cupcake's delicious.
See ya.
Strike 3, outside corner. Jairo Diaz fans Utley, 1 out.
Rembrandted that corner, just painted it all up on the black. And well received. I don't think we've given enough credit. Maybe we have, but we got to keep talking about the two youngsters behind the plate. The way they just been catching back there. Nice targets.
Soft and quiet.
And sticks it.
Justin Turner with 1 out. And he takes a strike at 98. Turner, an RBI single in the first, a walk in the fourth, and a fly ball to center field. Center, some controversy earlier in the game for a questionable slide. Trying to take out Nolan Arenado. He slid way past the bag. And there were words exchanged between innings.
That was a slide in question.
Playable for Blackman. 2 outs.
Now it's about winning the game. You'll have a chance to get it tomorrow night. Still 3 more games back in Denver. This is the guy that you just don't want to see come to the plate late in the game. 27 home runs, and he can hit it out foul pole to foul pole. Gotta make your pitches, Jairo. Like that.
Yep. 0-2 on Adrian Gonzalez. Bottom of the 8th inning, tied at 3. And he gets him with another, like a split change, and the strikeout of Adrian Gonzalez. A 1-2-3 8th inning for Jairo Diaz. What a trade. All right, fellas, thanks very much. Chris Hatcher's on the mound. Nolan Arenado will lead things off in the ninth. Nolan has had a good night, a line out and then 2 singles. Rockies saw Chris Hatcher yesterday in the 9th inning. He got his 3rd save of the year.
1 inning, 1 hit. The hit he gave up was to Carlos. So faced Nolan last night, got him to fly out to center field. Hard throwing right-hander. We saw it 97, 98 on the fastball last night. I'm surprised they didn't go to their closer, Kenley Jansen, tonight. Tie ball game at home in the 9th inning.
Nolan pops this up, and this one is going to be caught in foul ground again by Adrian Gonzalez. Made more plays tonight in foul territory than fair territory. 1 gone, Justin Morneau.
Justin Morneau.
Ball 1 on Justin.
Small sample size, real small. 0 for 1 career against Hatcher for Justin.
He took something off. It's 1-1. Morneau a base hit and a run scored in the 4th.
I have to imagine a couple guys are getting their legs loose in case Justin gets on.
Probably an Adames or an Enoa. There's Raffy and Adames
stretching.
Looks like Adames. 3-1. Go ahead and hit one out, then you don't need a pinch runner.
Then you could just jog. Justin's kicking himself for not swinging at that pitch.
Two outs. That's 11 in a row retired by the Dodgers bullpen.
Second baseman, number 9, DJ LeMahieu.
Rex brothers, John Axford in the Rockies bullpen. Rex, if the Rockies, or excuse me, John, if the Rockies take the lead, Rex, you would assume, if it remains 3-3, strike on LeMahieu. Dodgers in the bottom of the 9th. We'll have the pitcher spot, Seager and Heisey. That's 2 strikes on DJ.
Just looking at the bench for the Dodgers, they still have a switch hitter in Grandal. He's a backup catcher. Crawford, Shevler from the left side.
Crawford there to stay away from. He's got the hamstring.
He was out running earlier today, but that was just to see if he's going to be ready in 2 or 3 days.
And that's why Walt has brothers up, because in all likelihood it's going to be a left-handed pinch hitter, and then Seager from the left side behind him. That's low, 2-2. I think I credited a moment ago the bullpen with retiring 11 in a row. Brett Anderson retired his final 2, and now the bullpen with the next 8. So it's 10 in a row. There was a double play in there. Strike 3. Laz Diaz calls out DJ LeMahieu on a pitch that looked low. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The Rockies trying to push this to extra frames. Linked to what's next. Jorge De La Rosa tomorrow against Alex Wood, another pair of left-handers. Wood came over from Atlanta around the trade deadline. Jorge looking for his 10th victory. Oh, a Rockies fan, fresh in from an Everest expedition.
I didn't know maybe that some snow was going to come with the rain.
A little overdressed.
Well, as soon as Shevler was announced, Walt came out and signaled to the bullpen to bring in Rex, the left-hander, to match up lefty on lefty.
So brothers will be in when we come back. Bottom of the 9th, tied at 3. Will be the pinch hitter. Schebler hit the 2-run home run off Miguel Castro in the bottom of the 8th last night to provide the 3-run cushion for the Dodgers. It'll be Schebler, Corey Seager, Chris Heisey. As you look at the numbers for Rex Brothers, second tour of duty with the Rockies this year, just his 10th appearance.
Pitched last night, 1/3 of an inning. Did walk a batter, and that still plagues Rex. 6 walks in those innings compared to just 1 strikeout.
There's the ball he hit out last night. This is a strong kid. His 3rd home run. And Rex misses there. It's 2-0. On the inside corner, 2-1.
More and more guys use the mouth guard when they're hitting. There's Seager on deck.
Two. And breaking ball's fouled off. Three and two. Six position players have been burned by Don Mattingly tonight. The Rockies have used only 1 off their bench, Brandon Barnes. And ball 4, a leadoff walk to Schebler. So the winning run goes down to first. That'll bring up Corey Seager. Seager tonight is 0 for 2 and a walk.
That's 7 walks for Rex in 6 1/3 innings.
Strike 1 on Seager. Ground ball to short. Hit well, and a fairly sharp ground ball in the hole that DJ robbed him of a hit. This guy's got a quick bat. And that is a diving stop by Reyes. Wonderful play, and it's dropped at second by LeMahieu. Wow, that was strange. It almost looked like it got caught up in something. He couldn't see it by how he reacted to it.
Well, the runner Schebler had to freeze because he didn't know if it was going to be caught in the air. So he stops. Jose lays out for this. Yeah, I don't know what happened. He just dropped it, it looked like. Fielder's choice E4. Be the 9th error this season for DJ.
That's almost hard to explain.
Yeah, because
it's right there. It's just
it wasn't high enough to get in any lights.
That is beyond strange, and now the Rockies have a major issue. 2 on, nobody out. second in Schebler. Corey Seager's at first. You have Chris Heisey coming up. Scott Oberg's now on the mound. There's nobody out. Got to figure he's laying down a bunt here. And then you have Austin Barnes, the young catcher, on deck. You have Yasmani Grandal, a switch hitter, who's still available.
And you have Ethier following him. So they have some options, and Scott's into a tight spot.
Got him. They got him picked off.
Yeah, they do.
Wow, what a mistake. And they get the out on the lead runner, Schebler. He gets picked off on a great throw by Garneau on the missed bunt attempt. You see that happen somewhat frequently. Guys trying to make sure they get a good secondary and get a good jump when the bunt gets put down. And then when the bunt is completely missed, they get hung out to dry like that. But it's on Schebler, man. You got to get back.
You have to get back, or you have to make sure that that bunt gets down. The Rockies will take it, and heads up from Dustin to throw behind the runner.
Now it changes the at-bat for Heisey with 1 strike. Clearly he's swinging. And now 2 strikes. So Oberg is in control here.
Well, immediately after that bunt attempt with the throw down to second base, Tom Reynolds sprinted down and checked the phone to see if Nolan's throw to second base maybe got Corey Seager. So it's always interesting with this new replay system how quick the coaches are springing into action.
Oh, man, this is a wild pitch. And now Seager's at third with 1 out, and you got to pull the infield and outfield in. He overamped that slider.
How has the dynamics of this game changed within the last 90 seconds?
Well, I'm going to be honest here. The Rockies have played very poor baseball.
They have. They had the ball that dropped out into short left center field where either, Jose could have caught it or Brandon. And now the drop at second by DJ, the wild pitch. I mean, that tells you that it hasn't been a clean game.
The outfield has really not come in that far. And it's up and in on Heisey, 2-2.
I think they might come in a couple steps unless they're thinking they're going to wait and stay behind the ball to catch it.
Yeah, because at their current depth, the only guy who could realistically throw somebody out is Cargo. 2-2. 3-2.
Christian Friedrich is in the pen for the Rocks.
(3-2). Ball 4. And now we'll see Barnes called back. And Grandal will hit for him. That's not unexpected. Well, take us through what you do as a middle infielder here. You got a runner on first. The winning run was at third.
So you check him. You get the runner at second base, and then you immediately look home. Really frees the guy at third. You're thinking, I'm only going to be able to get 1 out.
Well, Walt's looking at splits right now. And so he wants to flip. Well, maybe. He hasn't made a move yet.
He might add an extra infielder.
Yeah, that's what this may be about. I thought for a moment he may want to flip him to the right side. Grandal, righties hitting 306, lefties 245. So based on that, you'd rather have him hit against the right-handed pitcher.
Well, what they're yelling at right now, you guys, they're trying to get Rafael Ynoa to be part of the 5-man infield and bring Brandon Barnes in from left field. They're trying to flag him down. He just hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah, so Barnes will come out, and the Rockies will go with the old 5-2 configuration.
You play the outfielders in right center and left center.
And you're positioning Noah right behind the mound. And then you're really in the situation where you adhere to spray charts from an outfield perspective.
Grandal broke a long hitless streak last night. 2 hits and an RBI, both of them to the left side. Play the 3 infielders on the second base side, and then leave Jose where he's normally positioned up the middle.
And a quick strike at 96 on Grandal.
Scott has a strikeout pitch. He has the fastball and the curveball to strike anybody out. Walt waving the outfielders to come in a few steps.
This is fouled off. It's a 2-strike count. Ethier's on deck. This is about as tough as it gets for a reliever, especially facing Grandal, a veteran guy, and potentially Ethier. Good job by Dustin Garneau. There's pressure everywhere in these situations.
There's pressure on the outfielders, the infielders, but probably more than anybody, the pitcher and the catcher. You got a little wet area in front of the plate.
1-2. It's popped up in foul ground and playable. Arenado's got it, 2 outs. And now you can go back to a conventional setup. You know he's looking in the dugout, and he'll go jog out to left field. You got to figure.
Right fielder, number 16.
You also think, I know it's kind of crazy, but do you walk Ethier, the veteran left-hander, to go right on right?
No, what he's going to do is bring in Friedrich to face him. This is, you know what? You got a lot of chess pieces. You're going to play with everybody, right?
Use them all.
Use them all. So Oberg gets the pop-up for the second out. Stay tuned. Here comes Friedrich. The 9th. Corey Seager, the winning runs at third. Chris Heisey's at first. Enoa, who is playing as the 5th infielder, will slide out to left field. And Christian Friedrich will be asked to get the veteran clutch hitter Andre Ethier.
Andre 0 for 3 against Friedrich. Tough situation for Scott Ober. Tough situation for Christian Friedrich.
So Ethier, the long-time Dodger, with 2 outs. Checks his swing. Ball 1. He's had a lot of huge hits in his Dodger career, and that graphic tells you exactly how many to win games. 12 of them. In the air to Enoa, deep left center. He's out there. He's got it, and will go extra frames. The Rockies somehow get through that 9th inning. 3-3 going to the 10th. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. At Dodger Stadium, 9 innings would not decide it, so we'll go to the 10th. The Rockies and Dodgers at 3 apiece. And the Rockies will have Rafael Enoa to lead things off against another one of those former closers in the Dodger bullpen. Jim Johnson closed games for the Baltimore Orioles.
Those acquisitions for the Dodgers trying to shore up their bullpen. Jim Johnson, a long career out there in the pen.
So Yasmani Grandal will catch him. Ethier comes out, and Schebler is now in right field. Right now, Don Mattingly can turn around in his dugout and says, who hasn't played yet?
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand. All the parents are going to be happy.
Like a spring training game getting all these people in.
There's spring training rosters that are not this expansive. Rafael Enoa, here's the 1-strike pitch to Raffy, and a ground ball right back to Jim Johnson, 1 out. And that'll bring up Dustin Garneau.
Catcher number 50, Dustin Garneau.
Looks like Christian Bergman is up in the Rockies bullpen.
Now you're talking about somebody that can give you multiple innings.
Yeah, you got to have Axford ready just in case somebody pops one. Want to know on Garneau. Dustin certainly has the ability to hit one in the seats. Got a couple home runs since his call up. 2-0. And there's Big John on the left. Three and 0. It'll be interesting with one out. If Garneau were to walk, see Descalso on deck to hit for Friedrich. Do you go Christian Adames? And we'll find out right now because it's a 4-pitch walk.
I'd get some more speed out there, even with one out.
That's why I was thinking about Adames. Sometimes managers, with nobody out, automatically go to it, and then with one out, they may wait if he gets in scoring position still with one out.
I just hate to see a ball in the gap that he doesn't score. I mean, that's the flip side if you don't do it.
Yep. So here's Descalso.
Well, that last half inning, you guys, there was a lot of excitement down here with all the switches, the position changes, the position movement. And really at the end of that inning, so much emotion. The whole group exploded. The whole dugout exploded. The momentum switched in a heartbeat.
And it's great to see. You keep coming back to guys are professional. It's mid-September. The Rockies are 24 games beneath 500, and yet there's a great deal of care and emotion, as you said, in that dugout as they were able to get out of that significant pickle. There's a base hit to left. So now Garneau in scoring position after the single by Daniel Descalso. And we'll see if Wald elects to pinch run for Garneau. And sometimes there's an assumption that, he's a catcher, he doesn't run great. A lot of times these guys run a little better than we think we do. But here comes Adames. He's going to come into the ball game. Dodger Stadium, second oldest stadium to Wrigley Field in the National League. Spilly, I don't know if you ever had to come in a ball game late. Where'd you get your sprint work done?
On the field. You get on the field and you run, or in between innings. I would always do that in between innings. If I knew there was a chance that I would come in the game, I would just run down towards the foul pole and come back. You usually get mocked by the fans sitting really close, but that's what you had to do. You had to go on the field and run.
You could mock them back and say, I'm running to the big leagues. What are you doing?
That's good. Or I'm going to steal your cupcakes.
Which you've already done. Here's Charlie, and he takes a strike. Blackman, a bunt single back in the first, 1 for 4. Another lefty. The last lefty standing.
Ian Thomas.
Yep, the last lefty standing for the Dodgers is up. And that's for Cargo if it gets there. Reyes on deck.
Dandy pitch from Jim Johnson. Rockies 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position tonight. Johnson, the over-the-top curveball.
Almost threw that to the backstop.
Dawson, hey, it just came into the game.
1-2, back up the middle. It got redirected momentarily. Seager's not going to have a play on Blackman, and they're loaded up. An infield hit for Charlie. Bases loaded for Jose Reyes with 1 out.
Fortunately, that hit Johnson, because that was back up the middle, was going to be an RBI for Charlie.
Number 7.
Instead, reminiscent of last night, when it was kicked up in the air by Kershaw, this time Johnson didn't direct it. He just had to reach down out of self-defense, and Corey Seager on the rebound tries to throw Charlie out at first.
9th hit for the Rockies tonight. They need a 10th right here. Reyes had a pitch to hit out over the plate. He fouled it back. Jose 2 for 4.
Best arm in the outfield is its center fielder, Chris Heisey. He'll run on the other guys. He also run because it's the 10th inning.
Blocked by Grandal. You know it's September when a team has used 3 catchers. A.J. Ellis started. Austin Barnes came in. And now it's the guy who started last night, Yasmani Grandal, for Don Mattingly. Go ahead run into Adames at third. Jose's got at times an unconventional swing. It doesn't always repeat itself, but
sometimes it doesn't look pretty, but it's effective.
Well, he's just, you know, you look and see a wiry guy. He's very strong. Here's the 1-2, and he went. Another 2 outs. Cargo's due up, and I would assume with Thomas up, Mattingly will go and bring him in.
These two have battled before when Johnson was in Baltimore and Reyes in Toronto. Yeah, he swung. He knew it.
So here comes Mattingly. I always wonder why in these situations it takes a great deal of time. It's not as if Walt's going to call back. You know, they wait for the announcement. He's not going to call back Carlos Gonzalez.
And Thomas has been up for
and
the
Thomas
last
has been
10
out
minutes.
for 10 minutes. 2 outs, bases loaded when we return. here's the situation. We're in the top of the 10th inning. The bases are loaded. Carlos Gonzalez is up with 2 outs, and he's going to face the last lefty in the bullpen for the Dodgers, Ian Thomas, who came from Atlanta earlier this year. Lefties just 2 for 25 this year against Ian Thomas, who's a spot starter, usually more of a long haul guy. And this game has a way, Jeff Houston, of coming back around to you. It's been a rough night offensively for Cargo. 4 at-bats, 3 strikeouts, and he hit one about 2.5 feet in front of home plate and was thrown out by the catcher, A.J. Ellis. But he can erase those memories very quickly.
And these are the moments that you want. You want to be in the box, even on a night where you're 0 for 4 with 3 punchies. You want to be the guy to come up there, and Carlos has done it many times in his career.
Christian Adames pinch running for Garneau, who walked. Descalso had a base hit. Blackman had an infield hit. 3 on the right side with 2 outs. Cargo has seen a lefty in all 5 at bats this evening.
This season with the bases loaded, 3 for 6. 11 RBIs.
So here we go. A shot, but right at Seager. And we'll go to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Rockies fail to take advantage. For the Rockies, and a couple of more defensive changes. Tom Murphy has to come in as Garneau was run for after walking, and Daniel Descalso will stay in. Reyes will come out. So Christian Bergman will be on for the 26th time, and he'll face the top of the Dodger order: Justin Ruggiano, Chase Utley, and Justin Turner.
The 7th reliever used by Colorado tonight. Started with Boone Logan, Justin Miller, Jairo Diaz, Rex Brothers, Scott Oberg, Christian Friedrich, and now Christian Bergman.
And Jeff, only one of those pitchers has gone a full inning, and that was Jairo Diaz. He pitched very well, 1, 2, 3 with a couple of strikeouts. You know Bergman's going to be aggressive. And he has the first pitch over for a strike. Ruggiano a double way back in the first and a run scored. 1 for 4. strike, 1-2. Two and two. 30-something crowd to begin the inning. Ruggiano 33, Utley in his mid-30s. Justin Turner over 30. Adrian Gonzalez as well. Dodgers a mix of some real veteran players and a young crop of talent. Popped up right side. Justin Morneau comes down the lane.
Second baseman, number 26, Chase Utley.
Chase Utley tonight, a single back in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 4. Just 6 hits for the Dodgers this evening.
5 of them were off of Chris Russin.
The bullpen for the Rockies, after that 2-week stretch about a month ago where they really struggled, has pitched pretty well. This ball's well hit to center field, way back, and at the wall. The leap, the catch is made. Charlie Blackmon robs Chase Utley. That's the second time he's done that on this road trip. Did it in San Diego.
He couldn't have timed this any better than what he did.
Justin Turner.
Off the bat, it had to sound like it had the possibility of going out. Charlie slows his steps down as he gets closer to the wall. And this is textbook. You find out where you're going. Now you slow up so you can jump off the foot that you need to. Reach up, secure before you hit the wall.
It wouldn't have gone out. It probably would have landed off the top third of the wall, but that was a wonderful catch. Turner's behind 0-2.
But then you don't know how far it's going to kick back off the wall. If he misses it, that's a minimum double, probably a triple. Instead, it's a hang with him, you're out.
One and two. Rockies 2 and 4 in extra innings. They haven't played many extra inning games. A base hit. Cargo's going to cut it off, and he had trouble picking it up. Turner's out, though, trying to stretch it. Cargo cuts him down. We'll go to the 11th. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. 3-3 as we go to the 11th inning. Drew Goodman, Jeff Hewson, and Ryan Spilborghs. Nolan Arenado is going to lead it off. He'll face a former teammate. What a throw by Carlos Gonzalez. He hasn't been able to impact the game with his bat, but he sure did there with his arm.
Well, and I also think he impacted it with his foot. Watch him kick it with his right foot to himself. That's soccer coming back for Cargo. Right here.
Sure that wasn't hockey, like kicking it off the skate
well,
to
I'm just thinking maybe growing up in Venezuela.
Probably more soccer than hockey.
Probably more soccer than hockey. 8 outfield assists for Cargo. That puts him in the top 10 in the National League. You just don't run on that arm. He showed it off last night and again tonight.
So as it drizzles in the background again, Nolan 2 for 4. Will try to get after Juan Nicasio.
Juan, a third of an inning and a strikeout last night, and he's just been throwing extremely hard now coming out of the pen.
Well, starts out Nolan with a slider, ball 1. Nicasio worked a third of an inning last night and had a strikeout. It's been real tough on righties. Morneau's on deck, and then LeMahieu. Off the plate, and it's 2-1. Get out of play.
Keep going. More of a San Francisco or a Candlestick night than it has been a Dodger LA night.
Yeah, I would agree. Weather a little strange.
Mist, some rain.
Worked under it a little bit, and it's a high fly ball to center field. High is he waiting? He's got it. I'll bring up Morneau.
Number 33, Justin Morneau.
One for 4 tonight for Justin. Singled in the 3-run 4th inning. Lefties have been an issue for Nicasio. Pretty robust average against Nicasio this year. And he misses 2-0.
344 against Nicasio compared to the 193 when he faces a right-handed batter.
Outside corner, 2-1. This ball's well hit to center field. Gets some legs way back. And slipping out there's Heisey. Morneau is going to try to turn it into a triple, and he'll have a 3-bagger. The least likely Rocky, perhaps, to produce a triple just did.
No better time to get your first one of the season than right now, 20th of your career. And just a difference in the way that that ball was played in center field from last half inning to this half inning. Hanging slider. Justin reaches and extends the arm as he's going back, and he gets all sorts of turned around, slips, falls. And just as I was mentioning with that ball that Charlie caught, if he doesn't catch it, then it kicks so far back and it allows at least a double, if not a triple, and then Justin goes out there and hits a triple.
See if the Rockies pinch run for Morneau. They're going to, and they're going to go with Ben Paulson, a younger first baseman. So Paulson goes to third. Morneau comes out. You have a guy who can really bunt at the plate in LeMahieu. And see what the Rockies elect to do. Stu Cole going through a battery of signs.
And you have a wet field now. So you're having to try to feel the bunt, even though it might be right in front of you, but the ball's going to be wet.
And DJ takes a strike. Fastball at 95.
As soon as Morneau got in from the dugout, he was kind of yelling at the guys, "Why'd you pinch run for me? I was the one that got to third."
Classic. One out in the 11th. And DJ hits it into the crowd. 0-2.
This is a rematch of last night when Nicasio faced DJ in the 8th inning. Struck him out then. DJ in a deep hole, 0-2. Hitter, you have to make sure that that box is good. Your spikes are clean, so you don't have any slippage when you go to swing.
Paulson the go-ahead run at third with one out. Base hit up the middle. Rockies take a 4-3 lead. How about that DJ LeMahieu? Behind 0-2, he gives the Rockies an 11th inning lead. Billy, did Morty think he could score on that?
Walt just told him that he would have been out at the plate on that play. Pointed out and said he would have been out on that play.
What an at-bat from DJ. You fell behind 0-2, you fouled one off, and then you get a belt-high fastball. Thank you very much. But you still have to put a good swing on it. DJ did. 55 RBIs.
Now take off first pitch. Well,
might as well look at it.
Yeah, you got to look at that. It's pretty close going back. I'm kind of hoping that Nicasio, still angry about the base hit, and fell asleep on LeMahieu. See if DJ got the hand back in. That's close.
It's close. They got to look at it, though. It's close enough to look at it. He was leaning. That's why it's as close as it is.
Call on the field is under review.
Time for a Subaru review. Whether you're on the road or at the game, everybody could use a second set of eyes.
think he's safe. But is there enough to overturn it? That's going to become the catchphrase. Hand on the bag, and then it's tagged on the between the elbow and the wrist.
Well, he is out after the review. 2 outs.
Call on the field is confirmed.
Raffaele at the plate. John Axford firing bullets in the Rockies' pen. Change up 0-1. Two strikes. That's the 3rd out. So the Rockies will jog out to the field, looking to preserve the 4-3 advantage on the base hit by DJ LeMahieu. Here comes John Axford. And now John Axford, the 38th pitcher in the ballgame tonight, will try to save it for the Rockies. Paulson naturally at first base. Axford, in all reality, is the 9th pitcher used tonight. Chris Russin went 6+, 3 runs, 5 hits, couple walks, 3 strikeouts. Chris pitched well. And then I'll go through it as Huey did a moment ago. Logan a third of an inning, Miller 2/3, Diaz a full inning, Brothers a third, Oberg a third, Friedrich a third, Bergman, who's the pitcher, a record on the plus side, an inning, and now John Axford. He'll get Adrian Gonzalez, Scott Schebler, and Corey Seager, left-handed hitters, all of them, and all of them with quite a bit of thump.
For John, 7 saves, 12 scoreless outings over his last 13 appearances. Adrian Gonzalez 1 for 2 career versus John.
Boy, it's misting and dreary out at Dodger Stadium. Almost hard to see Adrian Gonzalez at the plate. The fastball's low, ball 1.
They came
Ponchos
prepared.
out, yeah. You don't often have to worry about bringing ponchos and umbrellas to Dodger Stadium. Haven't had a rain out here since 2000. Here's the 1-0, and that misses. 2-0. Single in the first, double in the 7th, 2 for 4 tonight for the perennial all-star first baseman Adrian Gonzalez. Late and foul, out of play. It's 2-2.
John dials up the 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Walt Weiss was asked in particular about John Axford during his presser late this afternoon, and he said, save 2 weeks, he's had a great year.
With all he had to deal with coming out of spring training, you betcha.
Yep. Little boy with the rattlesnake bite. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. 1 out in the 11th. And Axford went after him with that 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
And he dialed it up, didn't he?
Right fielder, number 30, Scott Schebler.
Adrian Gonzalez, that was a home run cut. He threw it by him.
Now here's Schebler, his second at bat. He came on as a pinch hitter and stayed in the ball game in the 9th inning. He walked in the 9th. And one of the biggest plays of this game, lest us not forget, I know the Dodgers, if they lose it, won't forget, and Scott Schebler won't sleep well tonight. First and second, nobody out, and Chris Heisey was trying to get a bunt down, and he completely whiffed on the bunt, and Schebler got picked off second base.
Back pick from Dustin Garneau.
And again, Axford falls behind 2-0.
Schebler reached out and pulled a high fastball away from him last night for the home run.
Yeah, he can hit a fastball.
That's why the first 2 pitches were the curveball.
Low target, and the pitch misses. It's 3-0. Ball 4. Jimmy Garcia is warming just in case for the Dodgers.
Shortstop, number 5, Corey Seager.
Corey Seager's been up for a week and a half. He's already got a huge cheering section.
He's hit in 9 of the 10 games.
Breaking ball swung on and missed.
Yes, he
He
did.
went 0-2.
This will give us the best look on this. An easy call for Laz Diaz. Doesn't even need to ask for help from John Hirschbeck. You got him where you want him. You can throw him another curveball, throw a high fastball.
Went curveball missed away, and it's 1-2.
Roll over on one, give us 4-6-3.
Schebler's not going to get picked off. He's got
an anchor at first.
Yeah, he's got a 1.5 lead. 1-2. Back up the middle and on through. Schebler's going to go first to third. And Seager's hitting 10 of his first 11 games as a starter. Chris Heisey coming up.
Curveball right back up the middle. By John in between Daniel and DJ. Kinds of positioning and signs going on. John was looking back at Daniel. If it come back to me, who do I have? He's pointing to DJ, and then Tom Murphy was signaling where he's going to throw the ball if Corey Seager takes off. I guess it'd be a pump fake and hold it.
Heisey at the plate. 0 for 2, a sac fly, and this is slowly hit, and no play for Arenado. The game's tied up. Wet grass factoring, I'm sure. Here's Nolan. Picked up virtually everything on that barehanded play. It would have been bang, bang at the plate, and it's 4-4. And now you have the winning run at second with 1 out. And Grandal at the plate.
He knew that was his only choice, was to try to barehand it. You were spot on, Drew. The wet grass, because he's money trying to field a bouncing ball. With the wet grass, it just pops out of your hand.
Got Grandal in the 9th inning, had a chance to win it, and he fouled out to Arenado. There's 1 out. And the winning run at second and Corey Seager. 4-4 in the 11th. Carl Crawford, bad hamstring and all, is in the on-deck circle. It's 2-0.
Not many choices
Again, the walks all year have been the story that have hurt the Rockies, and he had a 1-out walk to Scott Schebler. And it wasn't one of those battle 3-2 pitch and you walk them. It just, 4 pitches that weren't in the strike zone. And comes around to hurt John. 2-0 on Grandal. 2-1. Great thing about Axford, he has the ability to get strikeouts.
You got a double play candidate in Grandal if he hits it on the ground.
Yes, you do. Back up the middle, throw to second, on to first, double play. So Axford turns it over, 1-6-3. The Dodgers tie it up. We'll go to the 12th. It's 4-4. Rockies 4, Dodgers 4. As John Axford could not close it out, Yimi Garcia in the 12th inning for the Dodgers. And for Yimi, it'll be his 52nd appearance. He's oftentimes pitched late in ball games for the Dodgers this year.
Sometimes in the 7th or 8th inning. 3.18 ERA, 61 strikeouts, 51 innings, only 9 walks for Garcia.
It'll be the first at bat for Tom Murphy. Tom looking for that first major league hit. Came into the 10th inning behind the plate. Garneau walked in the 10th and was pinch run for by Adames. You wouldn't think you'd have to go over this in a September ball game. Just going to look down the sheet and see who's still available. For the Rockies, Kyle Parker and Willeen Rosario are the only guys left on their bench, position player wise. I'll tell you, the Dodgers bench in a moment. Fastball at the knees for a strike. Carl Crawford's available. Jose Peraza and Ronald Torreyes. However, in the case of Crawford and Peraza, they have hamstring injuries.
Really, they only have one guy left on their bench.
And Murphy hits a high fly ball to right. And Schebler makes the catch, 1 out.
Rockies still have 6 arms left in their bullpen. as do the Dodgers.
Number 3, Daniel Descalso.
And they still have Peralta, Jansen, Pedro Baez.
Running out of room in my book. Yep.
There's Descalso, a single to left, his first time up in the ball game. Joe Whelan down there also. The Rockies have used their long man Bergman. Used him for 1 inning because they took the lead. He's popped up and playable. Seager. And that'll bring up Blackman. Rockies have the Castros and Brooks Brown, David Hale, Gonzalez Germain, Jason Gurka.
Like Brooks Brown will be the guy for the Rockies.
Thinking about that ball game tomorrow night, Rockies will get home in the middle of the night on Thursday morning. Fortunately, Thursday's a day off. I never recall a midweek day game here.
No, the Dodgers aren't very kind with that.
I've never seen one.
No. They always give you that late night. Get in at 4 in the morning.
And this is fouled off, out of play.
It's been a steady rain miss for the last 45 plus minutes, maybe even an hour.
On the ground to second, it's bobbled, and Utley commits an error that allows Blackman to reach.
Second error in a Dodger uniform.
Now the Rockies will have to go to their bench again. And it'll be Kyle Parker. You see the error.
Kyle Parker.
Ball just reacts so much differently when it's wet, skipping off the grass and the dirt. That just chewed up Chase Utley.
This has become commonplace, and it wasn't as commonplace in years past. Anytime there's a pinch hitter with a reliever, immediately now the pitching coach goes out to go over the scouting report on the pinch hitter. And when you were playing, it was like, okay, the guy had previous knowledge, had an idea of what they wanted to do.
Or he just pitched to his strength. Yeah,
but when was the last time you say, as soon as a pitch hitter comes up?
Immediately jogging out there.
that's where sports, in all fairness, has become so copycat, because with social media, somebody will pick up on it and say, oh, they're not well managed. How come the pitching coach didn't go out and review with the relief pitcher how to work to the pinch hitter? I'm not suggesting sometimes it's not wise. You want to make sure that your pitcher understands where that hitter's strengths are, or maybe where his holes are. But again, I've heard George say this many times through the years. When it gets sticky, I'm going to go with my strength, because if I get beat, I want to get beat with my best pitch, not with what his weakness is.
Yeah, every pitcher says that. I'm in control of what happens and how I throw.
2 strikes on Parker.
Kyle tried to lean in and take that pitch. Dallas Germain joining Brooks Brown.
Outfield playing, no doubles. A strikeout of Parker ends the top of the 12th inning. Blackman left on after reaching on an error. It is 4-4, middle of 12th.
Come back, bottom of the 12th inning. Still 4-4. Brooks Brown is now out. 30th game, 1-2 record, 26 2/3 innings, 16 punch outs, 11 walks. With the bottom part of the lineup, Torreyes, the last, let's say, healthy guy on the roster for the Dodgers, will come up and pinch hit. The other two guys, Crawford, Peraza, hamstring issues.
So Ronald Torreyes against Brooks Brown here in the 12th.
Hitting for the Dodgers, number 59, Ronald Torreyes.
Joel Peralta is thrown in the Dodgers pen. We're officially at the 4-hour mark. And Brooks Brown with the first pitch strike. Rockies had a 3-1 lead at one point.
As you know, Drew and Huey, with September and with all the roster changes, there's a couple rules that most people don't know. One being that retired broadcasters, if the benches are empty, are allowed to get back in the game. So Dodgers have Nomar Garciaparra, and the Rockies have Jeff Houston.
Now they have you.
That's right.
I like your chances better.
You're more recently retired.
That's where I was going with it.
So I just got to throw that out. I talked to the MLB union, and it's totally
perfect.
Clear. Yeah.
What are you going to do about a number, though?
No, you have to hit in your suit.
2-2. Descalso, 1 out. So how does this one end? Is it somebody hitting a home run?
27.
Or is it a run that's manufactured? And
I'll go with the latter. I think it's going to be a run that's manufactured, or some sort of play that's a little crazy. Maybe somebody slips.
well, we've seen some of that already. Ruggiano, 1 for 5. One. Well, that was a tardy swing. 1-2. Well, we're not the only game going. Giants and Reds are in extra innings. There's a strikeout on a slider, 2 outs. Cincinnati's taken a 9-8 lead on San Francisco on the bottom of the 10th.
Back and forth affair. San Francisco was ahead, then Cincinnati took the lead, tied it up, went back ahead.
Chase Utley is single back in the 6th. He got the crowd on their feet in the 10th inning. A deep drive to center field. Charlie Blackmon went to the wall, leaped and made a catch. It looked like the ball probably would have fallen just shy of going out.
Probably would have. But I've also seen outfielders, when they jump up, if they miss time, it'll go off their glove and then over the wall.
Or go off their head like Jose Canseco.
Who's to this day still tried to say it went off his glove.
Jose says a lot of things.
At least he did when he came jogging off the field that game. No, that went off my glove.
Now you don't even go there. There's too many cameras.
Right.
Tom Murphy flashing the signals. 1 ball, 1 strike on Utley. And it's 2-1.
Caught a piece of Laz Diaz.
In the air to Cargo. 1-2-3 inning for Brooks Brown. So let's play 13. 4-4.
Joel Peralta, one of the 17 guys in the bullpen for the Dodgers.
Pretty close.
I'm exaggerating by a couple, but not many. The 8th reliever used by Don Mattingly tonight. 28 appearances now for Joel. 4.91 ERA. Pretty even split between the lefties and the righties. Okay, remember earlier, last half inning, when I said probably not going to be a home run? I'm going to change my mind just for this guy right here.
I like it. I like it.
And maybe the next guy too, Arenado.
Ball 1 on Cargus. First time he's been ahead in the count all night.
Wow, 1-0. Feels good.
Cargo's 0 for 5. A healthy hack off there. He had a chance with 2 outs in the 10th inning. The bases loaded, hit a sharp ground ball, but it was right into the shift. Two and 1. That game's gone final in San Francisco, 9-8. The Reds win it. Joel Peralta with a 2-1 to Carlos Gonzalez.
On the DL a couple times this season, once with the shoulder strain and another time with the neck sprain.
Been around a long time, was a Rocky for the 2009 season, got 27 games. Originally came up with the Angels, pitched for the Royals, back to the Rockies, a year with Washington, Tampa for 4 years, and he was really good for Tampa. Pitched in the postseason a couple times with the Rays. Nolan on deck, 2-2 on Carlos Gonzalez. He keeps firing fastballs. Cargo keeps fouling them off.
And the more it turns to advantage hitter.
Nelson Cruz has hit his 42nd tonight. Mike Trout is 36. The Angels over the Mariners earlier, 4-3.
Keep battling, Cargo.
Few extra inning games tonight. St. Louis, team had been scuffling, wins in 10 3-1 over Milwaukee.
They needed that.
Yes, they did. Pirates trying to hunt them down. Outfield very deep, 2-2. And this is a pop up to shallow center. Seager going out, he's got it.
28, Nolan Arenado.
This is by far the longest the Rockies have played in terms of innings. Their extra inning games typically were over after 10. They did play a couple of 11-inning games, actually 3 11-inning games. We're in the top of the 13th. Arenado's 2 for 5.
Both Cargo and Nolan just missing a couple fastballs.
It's now also the longest in terms of time. Previous long this year, 4-hour and 6-minute game on August 5th, the Rockies in Seattle. The irony is this game was flying along in the 7th inning, and it was only a couple hours in length.
The Dodgers scored 2 in the 7th to tie it up. Rockies took the lead in the top of the 11th. Dodgers answered in the bottom. And here we are in the 13th.
On the ground to Seager.
Well, wasn't pretty the way he fielded it. Off to the side.
He's playing on a sandlot right now.
First baseman number 10, Ben Paulson.
First at bat for Ben Paulson. Pinch ran for Morneau when he tripled in the 11th. He would score. Rockies had a 4-3 lead. Unfortunately, John Axford couldn't hold off the Dodgers in the bottom of the 11th. Ball one.
Peralta features the fastball, slider, split. He really turns his body, much like what Brooks Brown does. He turns the left toe in, trying to hide the baseball as long as he can. Here it comes, a little turn. 2 or 3 sets.
1-2. And a 1-2-3 inning for Joel Peralta in the 13th. 4-4. Around the big leagues, the Rangers have caught the Astros. They won in walk-off fashion. They're now a half game up in the American League West. How about that? Jeff Samardzija, third game this year, he allowed 9 runs or more. The Pirates and Cubs split a doubleheader today, and Chris Davis continues to have an extraordinary second half.
Pirates won that first game of the doubleheader. Cubbies come back and take the nightcap.
And This is a line drive to right center, and reaching up and making the catch is Blackman. Turner is out.
First baseman, number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
Tomorrow's lineups are going to be interesting. After an all-night affair, Adrian Gonzalez typically plays every single game. I figured Don Mattingly, though, is going to give him the day off.
Both teams have the off day on Thursday. And the Dodgers have the Pirates in for 3 and the D-backs in for 4.
It's kind of nice the wind is shifted. It's now sort of misting in our booth. Good bargain on that. There's the 1-0 on Gonzalez, 2-0.
Who would have thought we'd had to go get hot chocolate in LA in September?
One and two. Four runs, 11 hits, and an error for the Rockies. 4 runs, just 9 hits. Season high 3 errors on the Dodgers. It's Luke foul out of play. What do you got, Spilly?
It's raining pretty hard outside.
You're undercover, right?
It's like
a future as a meteorologist.
It's a heavy sprinkle. I'm hungry.
You had a cupcake.
And a Dodger dog.
And a Dodger dog?
All right, guys, dig back into your memory banks. Longest game you ever played in by innings?
18 for me.
Oh, how many innings did I actually stay in there?
The game, you know.
The longest game I've ever been a part of was a game in San Diego.
Oh, that's right, 22.
But I pinch hit for that, like in the 10th inning. So
that was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only played half of that 18-inning game. We were playing, the Rangers were playing Kansas City.
And you and I guess Jamie Carroll just hanging out on the bench, huh?
Yeah, well, you know, somebody during that game, I think it was Aaron Cook was pitching, and I always blamed Jeff Francis. He said, man, this game's going by fast.
Oh, my. He didn't say that.
Oh, yes, he did. He's Canadian. He doesn't know any better. Come on.
Boomer.
He swears it wasn't him, but I know it was him.
3-2 on Adrian Gonzalez. Amid the raindrops, Cargo finds the baseball, 2 outs. Well, that'll bring up Scott Shevler.
30, Scott Shevler.
Been up twice, 2 walks since entering the ball game in the 9th.
So far, I haven't seen any rally hats. I know the Dodgers this year, they used Kike Hernandez, had a banana suit that he was asked to come out in the field with in the dugout. So I'm waiting to see a Rockies banana suit or John Gray's wedding dress that he had on the plane a couple days ago.
You got to wait until the next half inning.
Yeah, 14th inning stretch time.
Pedro Baez and Matt Latos now throwing in the Dodger bullpen.
And that's a base hit just over the outstretched glove of Arenado. You know who Schebler reminds me a little bit of? Kyle Schwarber.
Big, strong, thick kid hitting from the left side.
Shortstop number 5, Corey Seager.
Is that a mouthpiece he has in?
Yes. That's what I was talking about last time he was up. See, more guys using those now.
I remember I got fitted for those years and years ago, and the whole idea is that it relaxes your jaw. So it'll line your teeth so it relaxes your jaw. If you relax your jaw, then you relax at the plate.
Corey Seager at the plate. 2 outs. That is roped right at Paulson. And he caught it in the air and tagged the bag. So that's 4 outs. 1 will carry over to the next inning. And we go to the 14th.
If only.
4-4. His parents, coaches from the past to see how they fostered Nick's love of baseball. Nick, as a coach's son, moved from city to city. He was not a football coach, but he was always surrounded by people that helped shape him as a player and a young man. It's a special edition of Rockies Real Time, the gift of the game. Nick Hundley this Friday after the Rockies take on the Padres. If this game ever ends, the Rockies are scheduled to go home tomorrow night. Pedro Baez is now out there. Just think of how this game would be impacted if it was not September.
Well, because you don't have as many guys, so it'd be hard. I mean, somebody would have to play tomorrow that you really wanted to give a day off to, but you couldn't. But now with September and so many roles, I mean, this game, the way it's played out, the number of players that have been used. Pedro Baez has struck out 51 batters in 43 innings.
Tenth pitcher used tonight by the Dodgers. Rockies are on 10 as well. DJ's 2 for 5.
That's all right, DJ. This is where you were when you were the hero in the 11th inning, down 0-2. And the base hit up the middle to score Ben Paulson, who had come in, pitch run for Justin Morneau, who had tripled.
0-2. Simone Castro is next man up in the Rockies bullpen. 1-2's fouled off. That pitch was at 99. Brandon Barnes asked me earlier, and this is a frequent topic of conversation on the air, off the air, in clubhouses. Why do you think there's so many guys who throw so hard now? And even guys like Nick Hundley and I were talking about this also in the clubhouse. Even guys that have been in the game for, say 6-7 years, like a Hundley, they say it's different now than it was just a few years ago. I mean, Pedro Baez has come in the 14th inning. He's the 11th or 10th guy used tonight, and this guy blows 99.
You have to, it seems like now, or you're not going to make a bullpen.
Used to be on the left side. The old line was, if you're left-handed and breathing, you can get a job in the big leagues. That's not the case anymore. The 90-mile-an-hour left-handed reliever, unless he's really funky, like a Javier Lopez, that doesn't work anymore. This is hit on the ground to third, and a good play by Turner.
It's not just in the big leagues guys are doing that. They're all throughout the minor leagues now. Talking to scouts, they say they'll go down an A-ball. Those guys are throwing 100 miles an hour. I had a scout tell me yesterday that they forget what team he went to watch. There's a kid in A-ball sitting on 102.
Wow. Here's Rafael Inoa. Swung on and missed. Now is 99. This guy's a soft tosser compared to that kid in A-ball. One and two on Inoa with one out. Murphy on deck off the end of the bat. Out of play. Rockies have used a franchise record 25 players in tonight's game. How about that? An old line about sports, and one of the beautiful things about it is you go to a ballpark, you never know what you might see. You may see something you've never seen before, and tonight it's
a record.
A record. 25 different players, and they're not done yet. It's going to be a 26 because I don't think Brooks Brown's going to be asked to throw a third inning, which means when Simone Castro comes in, that'll be another body.
Just keep adding to the total.
Isn't the record for pitchers used in a game 11? That misses. 3-2.
Randall thought it was a strike. Been close on the 4 strikes. So Las Diaz, he's been back there all night long. A lot of pitches, but he's not expanding the strike zone. It's stayed consistent.
Good job by Rafi. Look at this at bat.
Sit.
Get down. Great at bat by Noah, but it's a line out to center field and Chris Heisey. 2 gone, and that'll bring up Mr. Murphy, Tom Murphy. Second at bat for Murphy.
Catcher number 30, Tom Murphy.
You want a dramatic first major league hit, Tom? Just
now
saying.
would be a good time.
Oh, no. I'm talking big fly.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make it memorable.
Make it unforgettable. Inside, ball 1. This is a pop fly down that first base line. Adrian Gonzalez makes the catch, and we will go to the bottom of the 14th, still locked up at 4-4. pick it up with the Rockies ahead 3-1 in the 7th inning. A sac fly brought a run home. Adrian Gonzalez scoring, and then this was costly. A pop fly that should have been caught. Austin Barnes was the hitter, and Brandon Barnes, Nolan Arenado, Jose Reyes, nobody made the play. Jimmy Rollins, who was pinch running, scores the equalizer. Rockies went ahead in the 11th on this clutched single on an 0-2 pitch by DJ LeMahieu. Ben Paulson was running for Justin Morneau, who had tripled, and the Rockies thought they had it won, but then a walk and a hit led to that infield hit, and the Dodgers were able to catch the Rockies. Rockies actually fortunate they got out of that afterwards on a 1-6-3 double play. But perhaps the game would have been lost in that 11th inning. So now we play on, bottom of the 14th inning. We've just had our second 7th inning stretch, and Chris Heisey against Simone Castro. And he's the 26th player used by the Rockies tonight, a continuing team record for Colorado. I sent out a tweet a few moments ago saying that we were coming up on our second 7th inning stretch of the night, and I got a multitude of responses. We got a lot of night owls out there.
I've had a couple texts too saying, hey, Tom Murphy hit one out. That didn't happen. Now you got to hold them here with Simone.
So now 11 pitchers for the Rockies. That is also a new franchise record. Center field, shallow. Charlie puts the brakes on, makes the catch. And that'll bring up Yasmani Grandal.
It's coming up for the 3rd time tonight.
Ball 1. Laz Diaz, how you doing, Laz?
I've seen a lot of pitches back here.
Listen, the umpires don't get a break between innings. They don't get to sit down. Laz was telling me, I visited with him a couple series back, and I said, you know, how sore does the back get when you work a really long game behind the plate? It's funny we're talking about that. Here's Laz in the 14th inning, and he said, you know, you really, once the end of April rolls around, your legs and your lower back are in pretty good shape after spring training in that first month of the season. And well, Laz is being tested this evening.
Well, think about every time he gets ready to call the pitch, he has to go down into a squat position, and that quad is firing every time.
Somebody will figure out how many pitches he's seen tonight. It's got to be in the neighborhood of 500. Certainly over 400. Aaron, what do you have behind us? He's working on it, huh? And the strikeout of Grandal, 2 outs. You know what's happening now? I don't know if fatigue's kicking in, but there hadn't been much in the way of offense either way in a couple of innings.
That's why I said it's not going to probably be a home run. It'll be something quirky, because when you start to get later in the game, into the 13th, 14th, 15th innings, you'll see bigger swings. Guys trying to end it right now. So they'll go with their home run swings. You'll see some strikeouts and some easy pop-ups.
I don't know about you. My book can handle 16 innings, and then it gets really ugly.
I've run out of lines for the pitchers, so I've got to be creative now.
Oh, yeah. I've been creating my own line. Yep, 3 pitchers ago. Have to get into the scribble portion. Ronald Torreyes at the plate. Came in as a pinch hitter and is now in at second base last couple of innings. That was pitch number 400.
How about that?
Oh, you got
still got a ways to go.
Got a ways to go. Slider misses, 3-2. Justin Ruggiano. And a walk to Torreyes. Now, if you're 150 pounds, that's what he's listed at, which means he's 143 pounds. And you got to be fast if you're 140-something pounds, right?
That, you have really good hands to play the infield.
So Ruggiano with 2 outs. Ruggiano hits this ball in the air to center, and we will move on to the 15th inning. Rockies 4 and the Dodgers 4.
Creating a rally hat over here. I'm trying to get things stirred up. You have William Rosario is pretty much the last bench player left. He may hit third this inning, which also means you're going to see another relief pitcher, which also means that should be, what, 27 players play tonight? There's a lot of guys on the bench right now. They don't have quite the rally cap I have, but I have been eyeballing Walt trying to see if he'll let me hit. It hasn't worked so far.
If Willeen hangs out long enough, not only will he get the hit, he'll get the pitch.
No, there's other pitchers. But that would be interesting because you'd pitch and catch at the same time.
And we're closing in on 5 hours.
That's it?
That's it.
It's officially midnight. I just watched it turn. That's some intrepid reporting right there.
Yeah, which means the Rockies will, in some way, shape, or form, play a doubleheader tomorrow. Daniel Descalso against Baez, strike one.
Well, even feed me after midnight.
What's that?
Don't feed me after midnight. That's a pop reference for Gremlin.
Yeah, we're going to be searching for food here in a little bit, my friend.
Do you want me to go on a food hunt?
Soon.
Getting the camera guys giving me thumbs up.
0-2.
Pretty sure I can find a lot of Dodger dogs.
I usually like chips and sauce at this hour.
So do I. I don't think my rally hat's working so far.
It's still early.
It's
Give us
early.
some time.
Well, I want it to be over quick.
1-2. Descalso has that kind of ability. He'll surprise you.
He hit one at Dodger Stadium earlier this year.
There you go.
So I'd make it 2 here.
Take the rally cap off, Billy.
You see me toss it down?
Yeah, we got to go with something else. Charlie Blackmon coming up. David Hale starting to throw in the Rockies pen.
I think they asked Christian Adames to go to the bullpen to catch and warm up guys, because Willeen is on deck.
Right, the pitcher spot is next. One ball, one strike.
So after that 22-inning game that you called in San Diego, is this the second longest you've called?
I'm not sure. In terms of innings or length of time?
Inning.
No, I think I'm pretty sure the Rockies played like a 17, 18-inning game a couple years ago. Played a 16
in
inning
Chicago,
game.
that's right.
That was the longest game ever at Wrigley Field.
Oh, that was us last year.
Yeah.
That was when John Baker scored the winning run and did the little jump at home.
We also pitched that game.
You know what we have in common with those two games? All three of us were there for that.
Yeah. The Rockies have not had a hit since DJ's single in the 11th inning. They put the Rockies up temporarily 4-3. And Blackmon strikes out. 2 outs in the 15th. And that'll bring up Willeen. He'll pinch hit. What have you brought me, John? Hamburger and cheese. We're not on Survivor. We're just trying to do a baseball game here. Can we get a shot of this here? Can we get a shot? John, look at this. Look what this is. JR. JR, get in here. I know you're not camera shy. Come on. Would you eat that, folks?
No.
No.
The Dodger dog, maybe.
I will. I'll eat it. If someone runs down here right now, I will eat that thing.
Billy.
Oh.
No, I'm serious. Have Vince Scully run it down for me and I'll eat it. Come on, Vin. Have him running down here.
Oh, Vin's busy. That's been the longest game he's done. He's only called like 19 or 20 no-hitters.
Perfect games. I mean, this year's 67 for Vin. 66.
66. Next year will be 67. Yeah. Spring chicken. 0-2 on Willeen. And a slider by Baez. He strikes out the side in the 15. 4-4. And the Rockies will make another change on the mound. David Hale will now take over. So we flash back to
He's
April
got him, strike 3.
17.
And in 22 innings, in 6 hours and 16 minutes, the Rockies have defeated the Padres 2-1. Troy Tulowitzki, the game-winning hit. Kip Wells, the victory. Glendon Rush, the loss, and also the final out. In Houston, Texas, it is 3.
It was 3-something in the morning. So that was April 17, 2008. In Houston, Texas, it's 2:09 right now.
That was the time we got into Houston and caught rush hour traffic in the morning.
Remember that? It was 9 a.m. And the wild thing is, somebody will look up the score. The Rockies kicked butt that Monday night. You think, oh man, there's no way. This is Carl Crawford pinch hitting against David Hale. And actually, the Rockies played really well that night. Spilly, you were in the game. The next night's when the fatigue kicked in, Tuesday.
Well, you throw the goon squad on him after a long game like that, and I was hitting third on the goon squad.
Were you? Did you have a good night?
Of course I had a good night.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
Two and one on Crawford.
Couple relief appearances sprinkled in those 13 games for David.
This ball's pretty well hit in center field, but there's Charlie. He's made some good plays tonight. Charlie makes that catch on Crawford in the 15th.
Third baseman number 10, Justin Turner.
Justin Turner coming up for the 7th time. Okay, Spilly, what do you think the score was that Monday night? How good's your memory? You were hitting third with the goon squad.
9-4. Is that close?
You were close. 11-5. Rockettes.
Yep, no goon squad.
Yeah, the Rockies goon squad. And you were 4 for 5 with 3 bombs.
I don't remember that.
I embellish only slightly.
It's after midnight. You can say whatever you want.
Turned into the next day, so does it count?
Aaron, look up what Spilly did in that 11-5 game. We're talking to our man Aaron, who always handles our stats in L.A. Dougie takes some time off when we go to Los Angeles.
He stayed up in the Seattle area.
Yeah.
Did a little camping up there. Be back with us on Friday when we get back home.
If he emerges from the wilderness.
It's always a big if. Aaron, go ahead and wave.
Too late. They took you off camera already, Aaron.
There you go. Oh, there he's handing you some more info.
All right, Spilly, what do you think you did that night?
Well, I know I had a hit in the first inning. That's probably the best I did. So 1 for 5.
You were 2 for 4 with a walk, and you scored 3 times.
Yeah.
Had a baby.
You represented.
You got to earn some walks.
Who was the big hitting star that night, Aaron?
I think Jeff Baker.
Shake and bake? 2-2 on Turner. And this is going to be a problem. This is going to drop. That's just the second hit since the 11th for the Dodgers.
First baseman number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
Spilly, let me ask you another question. I mean, this game is 15 innings old. Is Latch still squawking away, or has he lost his voice yet?
No, Latch is going strong.
He's still going strong?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you gotta. He could go at least 600 pitches tonight.
Adrian Gonzalez fouls one off. There's Latch.
There he is.
Latch told a story the other day, and I'm going to assume it was truthful. He said that he was involved in the very early construction of Dodger Stadium.
Digging the dirt.
Digging
he said
the
he
dirt.
had a shovel.
We thought it was the early construction of the Polo Grounds. He corrected us and said it was out here on the West Coast in Dodger Stadium.
I remember we saw Johnny Herrera this year in Chicago, and I was like, "You're still playing?" And he said, "You know what? I'm going to have a career as long as Latch."
The Bean. Bean went deep last week and had a curtain call. We showed it. Latch worked on the Coliseum, the Roman Coliseum.
Where's that USC hat and shirt with pride?
Two and two.
Block Murph.
Yeah. Spilly, I want you to yell at those guys in the dugout and tell them early BP at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, hey guys, early BP tomorrow 1.
See how that goes over. Soft liner, and that's going to turn into a double play. Nice pickup by Descalso, and it's a 6-4-3 double. How does he know it? Shortstop. Those 16 innings.
That's shaving a bat down?
They go to carving class.
Why would you let your 2 starting pitchers play with that sharp object?
Matt Latos has been relegated to a bullpen role after faltering as a starter since coming over at the trade deadline from Miami.
They're hoping he would be that stabilizer in their bullpen, or excuse me, in the rotation, but they had to move him out there and become the long guy.
Cargo's going to lead it off against Latos. Pedro Baez went 2 innings of quality relief. Struck out 3, did not allow a base runner. Cargo's 0 for 6.
Ow.
You can come into a ball game like this red hot and end in a slump.
This is adding injury to insult after being 0 for 6, and then you foul a ball off your shin. Or more ankle. Problem is, you don't have anybody left on your bench unless you go to a pitcher.
Well, the Rockies' last inning, Descalso had come out. Enoa went from left field to short. Paulson went from first to left, and Rosario's now at first. Said he went.
You know they were going to come back inside. Anytime you foul a ball off your ankle, go down and in. Cargo couldn't hold up.
One out. Four strikeouts in a row for the Rockies. Their last base runner was when Blackman in the 12th with 2 outs reached on that error by Utley. Rockies' last hit, LeMahieu single to give them the lead in the 11th. Nolan hits this ball well to center. Let's see how well. Get up, get out. Gone. Home run number 39, and the Rockies have a 5-4 lead.
What was Nolan joking about around the batting cage today? Going oppo taco with the home run.
He said, I have to hit at least one home run opposite field this year, or I'm going to jump off the nearest building. He just did. And then he said, what will qualify? He asked us. Remember that? He said, what will qualify? I said, anything to the right of the 395 sign in dead center field. He just hit one to the right of the 395 sign.
That's when you know you're good, when you talk about it during the batting practice. and then it plays out in the game.
Paulson rolls out. So Matt Latos has given up a home run here in the 16th.
Number 9, DJ LeMahieu.
Yep. Spilly. Oh, they left you hanging.
They froze you, Spilly.
Yeah, they did the cold shoulder thing. It's all right. I mean,
That's no different than when when you were playing.
It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
No, for real. I mean, like it doesn't hurt my feelings.
There's a strike on DJ. Spilly, we'll give you a high five later.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, a lot. And a hug. And a hot dog.
Okay.
And a hot dog.
We're going to find food on the way home. Trust me. 0-2.
I knew those new shoes that Nolan was wearing had some homers in it. Just took him a couple of bats to warm up.
Yep. And that'll end the inning. Nolan Arenado with his 39th to match Bryce Harper now, who had hit 2 earlier to take a brief lead. The Rockies up in the 16th. Gonzalez Germain next. Nolan Arenado just hit a home run, oppo, right center field. Every other one of his home runs this year, 38 of them to left or left center. And he hit his league-leading 39th, tying Bryce Harper. What is really strange, not strange that he hit a home run, is that because Cargo fouled that ball off his foot, Charlie Blackmon is counseling Jason Gurka on keeping the ball in front no matter what. Jason Gurka is now your right fielder for the Rockies. And on the hill looking to save it is Gonzalez Germain. Wow.
Wow, is right. Looking at the 11th pitcher used by Colorado, 11 reliever tonight. Actually, make that 12th reliever.
And a changeup from Germain, and it's 0-1 on Schebler. Schebler, Seager, and Heisey in the 16th. 0-2. All right, let me go over this for everybody. Chris Russin started. Then Boone Logan, Justin Miller, Jairo Diaz, Rex Brothers. I'm going to pause here for the pitch. 0-2. Uh-oh. This ball's well hit left center field. Stay in the park. It will. Oh, my goodness. A long out. One gone.
About 1 foot short.
Where'd I leave off? Brothers or Oberg? I'll go again.
Yeah.
Russin, Logan, Miller, Diaz, Brothers, Oberg, Friedrich, Bergman, Axford, Brown, Simone Castro, David Hale, and now Gonzalez Germain. "13 pitchers. What's the big league record, Aaron? This ball sharply hit. Burka, you know, there he goes. Nicely done. So hit for Seager with 1 out. And that'll bring up Chris Heisey.
Center fielder number 28, Chris Heisey.
Guarantee the last thing that Jason thought as he was coming to the field today is, I might have a chance to play right field.
Yeah, that was not something that was on his mind. Heisey tried to bunt his way on. That has not worked out well for Heisey tonight. Any attempted bunting.
It helped the Rockies out of the inning in the 9th.
Chop foul. But one out, one on, 1-2. Whoa, what a job by Murphy.
A block.
That was a major league block.
He had to slide over to the other batter's box and just hope you get some sort of body part on it. Overamped on the slider, slides over, flips the glove over. Caught the outside.
Give you some other information on the craziness of this game. The Rockies have had 4 different guys play left field. Dickerson started out there. Barnes went out defensively when the Rockies in the 7th had a 3-1 lead. Then Enoa went in. He went. Whoa, come on, man.
Really, John?
John Tumpain at first. Didn't think so.
If he would have hit it, it would have been a double.
He missed that. 3-2. Wow, that's a big miss. Now the walk, and it's 1st and 2nd.
Catcher number 9, Yasmani Grandal.
2 on for the first time since the 11th inning for the Dodgers. And Yasmani Grandal's up. Gonzalez Germain has 1 career save. He came with the Mets in August of 2013 down the road at Petco Park. This is a double play ball. There's 1, And Noah had to pause on the takeout slide by Heisey, and the Rockies don't turn it over. You had the perfect guy running in Grandal.
It's hit so softly with the broken bat.
There was still time, though, to get it done.
There was. And Raffy could have thrown it as he's jumping up out of the ground, but he had to wait till he came back down. Right now, clear yourself. Looked like he was safe, and he was.
So now it comes down to a matchup of Gonzalez Germain and Ronald Torreyes. The diminutive second baseman came in the 12th. He's 0 for 1 and a walk. This should end on a fly ball to Gurka. 0 and 1.
The way this game's going, I'll take any sort out. Gurka, it could be a strikeout. Just finish this off. Played long enough. You got the big home run from Nolan.
Strike two. He's saying what Pedro Guerrero famously said many years ago in a tight game with the Dodgers. He was asked in the clubhouse after what he was thinking with 2 outs and the Dodgers clinging to a 1-run lead. He said, "Don't hit it to me," and he paused and said, "Don't hit it to Saxey," referencing Steve Sax, who had his defensive issues. Swung on and missed, and the Rockies win it in 16. Gonzalez Germain with the save, his second career save. David Hale gets the victory in a ball game that lasts 5 hours and 23 minutes.
And you finish him off with the changeup.
And look at Jason Gurka,
yeah.
right fielder, power hitter.
Turned it over nicely. Finally.
Finally, exactly. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Guess who? Nolan Arenado. And he needed to go opposite field before the end of the year. This counts to the right of center field ever so slightly. No doubter. Deep into the night, his 39th of the year. And that's the difference as the Rockies win 5-4 in 16. The Rockies used 47 players to